The House will be in order. Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9th, 2023, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties. All time shall be equally allocated between the parties, and in no event shall debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. Each member, other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip, shall be limited to 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the Constitutional Convention in my home state in Pennsylvania, in Philadelphia, Benjamin Franklin called upon his fellow delegates to begin each day in prayer. He said, "I know that my Redeemer lives, and if a sparrow cannot fall without his notice, surely a nation cannot rise without his aid." Since coming to Congress, Speaker Mike Johnson has embodied Benjamin Franklin's words, turning to prayer and to faith in God as he serves in the U.S. Congress. Since first being elected, Speaker Johnson has been a tireless champion for conservative values, fighting for life, protecting our Constitution, and standing for the rule of law. Now, as we move forward, it is clear that Speaker Johnson is the right choice to lead the House of Representatives at this critical time. In the days before he was elected as Speaker, I had the opportunity to talk with Speaker Johnson about the challenges that we face in Pennsylvania. We discussed the fentanyl poisonings that have become the leading cause of death for young Americans. We discussed how energy prices are soaring and how families are worried about how they're going to both afford gas and food for their families. And we discussed how so many Pennsylvanians are feeling the effects of President Biden's failed leadership. As we confront these issues, Speaker Johnson is ready to lead. Together, let's work to defend our allies from Hamas terrorism. Let's address the skyrocketing inflation that we face. And let's pass a budget that is worthy of the American people. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, as the leaves begin to fall from the trees, American families, businesses, and churches are confronted once again with the soaring prices of energy that will make it difficult to heat their homes, their businesses, and their places of worship this winter. Instead of addressing this crisis and opening new oil and natural gas leases, which would help to address OPEC's cuts to oil production, President Biden has chosen to cut permits, create new bureaucracy, and enact policies that will only drive energy costs higher. Simply, this is unacceptable. And by working to impose Green New Deal tax incentives, the president has chosen to put his wealthy donors ahead of Pennsylvania families. With energy prices now costing Americans over $3,000 more each year than when Joe Biden took office, it is clear that the president's failed policies are to blame for the skyrocketing price of gas, oil, and electricity. It's time to rein in these runaway prices by returning to the energy that is underneath the feet of the constituents in central and western Pennsylvania. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to talk about a recent event in my district, which I think is good for the local economy, but also good for our nation. I have the privilege of representing Electric Boat Shipyard, which for 120 years has been the primary general contractor for submarine construction for the U.S. Navy. And on October 6th, the Metal Trades Council, which is the sort of confederation of metal trades workers that are a union, have individual unions, boilermakers, electricians, plumbers and pipe fitters, again, all the folks that bend steel and do the amazing work every day in terms of protecting our nation. They reached a 5-year labor contract with General Dynamics which, again, I think is a real testament in terms of, showing the value that our country and Congress actually places on their work, because ultimately they have one customer, and that's the U.S. Navy, which is funded by the United States Congress under Article 1, Section 8, Clause 13 of the Constitution, which states very clearly, Congress shall provide and maintain a Navy. So this contract, which was ratified by a 2-to-1 margin, basically takes the starting wage for a semi-skilled worker, someone who really has done a pre-apprenticeship training but is kind of entry level, from basically $21 an hour. Over the course of the 5-year term, that's going to grow to $43 an hour. And again, starting next year, it'll go from roughly $21 to about $24 for a starting worker. Again, there's a package of health benefits and retirement that are included in this. And again, it couldn't happen at a better time right now, because the demand signal in terms of submarine construction has grown by leaps and bounds, given, again, the challenges that are happening all across the world, particularly in the Indo-Pacific with China's increase in this Navy. I'm here with a picture next to me which shows the next submarine that's in the queue. That's the USS Iowa, SSN 797, which, again, went through a christening recently and is going to be commissioned and deployed in the near future. And again, there are about 13 more Virginia-class submarines that are in the production queue, again, to meet this demand signal. That has actually been even more amplified with the AUKUS agreement, which is the new security agreement between Australia and the United Kingdom, which is going to allow us to help Australia recapitalize its own submarine fleet, which is diesel-electric today, into nuclear-powered submarines. And again, there are going to be coming to my district Australian shipyard workers and policymakers in terms of trying to make sure that really what I think is going to be one of the smartest strategic moves our country has made in recent years, bringing in a great ally that has been with us in every conflict going back to World War I, that's part of Five Eyes and can definitely be trusted in terms of critical information like nuclear propulsion technology, something which we have not shared with another country since 1958 when we did it with the British Navy. So again, I want to congratulate Peter Baker, who's the head of the Metal Trades Council, who led the way in terms of negotiating this agreement, as well as Sean Coyne from the HR department at Electric Boat. Again, this is going to create an attractive signal to young people who they are hiring by leaps and bounds, 4,400 just this year alone, in terms of coming into the yard, that they, again, are not entering just a job, but actually a career with a very strong, secure economic future for themselves and their families. And again, that's good news, not only for them and for the region, but also for our nation, because of the incredibly important work that they do every day, for which we're so grateful. With that, I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMaffa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, a year and a half ago, Riley Gaines bravely spoke out when she was forced to compete against a biological male, Leah Thomas, at the 2022 NCAA Swimming Championships. Well, guess what? It's still an issue. Riley and Leah at the time tied for 5th place in the 200-yard freestyle after Leah had won the 500 freestyle the previous night. On the podium, the NCAA handed Leah the 5th place trophy for the tie that he and Leah and Riley were with, and gave Riley the 6th place trophy, telling Riley she'd received her correct trophy in the mail later, not even deciding by a coin flip or some other tiebreaker. I remember hearing this story and being completely appalled. I was sympathetic for Riley and the heartbreak and disrespect she and all the other women and girls who worked their whole lives to compete at the highest level in collegiate swimming or even in high school and lower levels. I also remember hearing calls and rebuttals from those who sympathize with Leah Thomas and transgender kids across the country. They said kids like, well, just let Leah compete. She deserves it. Transgender kids have high rates of suicide. Let them play sports and they will be happy. Or it's not happening often. Don't worry about it. Or this is just a one-time thing. Or even this won't open the floodgates. Unfortunately, this is not a one-time thing. This is happening often, and the floodgates have been opened at all age ranges. In the last year and a half, we have seen countless stories of opportunities being taken away from young women by biological males competing in their sports, whether it's being bumped from first place to second place, or top two are males in running events, whether girls are losing out on Olympic spots, endorsement deals, college scholarships, or even whether they're just going to make the varsity team or not. All these tragedies for women and girls in sports and deserves outrage from all Americans. In addition, the left has silenced young women who have stated that the young women feel uncomfortable sharing locker rooms with biological males. Instead, for the case of Leah Thomas's teammates, these young women have been outrageously, get this, told to get counseling. Now, just a few years ago, we had the Me Too movement, in which we were told to believe all women. Yet a few years later, now we are being told not to believe women or even see what their feelings and thoughts are, but rather to believe the biological male who believes he's a woman. So speaking of believe all women, last week up in Canada, a 50-year-old biological male was allowed to participate in a swim meet with 13 to 14-year-old girls because he identified as a 13-year-old girl. You cannot make this stuff up. So this 50-year-old man was able to use the girls' locker room to change with underage young women. I cannot express how angry this makes me and many sensible Americans and Canadians. Where are the adults in the room? How could any responsible adults allow this to happen? To just blindly stand by and say, oh, this is no big deal. The safety, the fair competition, and the happiness of these young girls should be prioritized over this deranged 50-year-old man who somehow believes he has a right to violate everyone else's rights for his pathetic interest in competing against girls. We see this in other sports as well, in the ring fighting and others where a biological male can actually do very devastating damage to a woman. So what can we do about this? Well, in the House, we passed H.R. 734, the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act, back in April. It passed, unfortunately, on a party line vote. Sadly, not one Democrat could find the way to support and vote in keeping girls' sports for biological females. I'm proud of the Republican conference for making the safety, privacy, and opportunity of women and girls in sports, and in general, a top priority. I strongly urge my colleagues in the Senate to bring this bill up for a vote, to put your name on the line as what you think about the sanctity of women's sports and women's and girls' place in society in general. In addition, many state legislatures have since passed bills to protect women's sports in their state. Some of their governors even felt that the need to pass a bill entitled the Women's Bill of Rights, which defines the word woman because of increasing numbers of challenges to what the word man and woman mean. Unfortunately, this is necessary because it doesn't codify the definition of sex-based terms. Laws that prohibit sex discrimination don't mean anything. It's amazing that the media figure Matt Walsh has a film titled What is a Woman? That many on the left cannot even answer the question. Or they give such just contorted answers in their non-answer that it's just pathetic. Even a Supreme Court justice nominee had
Gentleman's
to
time has
avoid
expired. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Iowa, Ms.
Lord
Miller
help
Meeks,
us.
for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize National Veterans and Military Families Month. National Veterans and Military Families Month honors the service and sacrifices of veterans and the crucial role of their families in fostering community support and awareness of their unique challenges. As not only a 24-year Army veteran, I'm also the daughter of a career military man, so I will continue to work tirelessly to support legislation that supports our VA healthcare system, reduces the barriers to healthcare for our veterans, and provides support for our military spouses and families. This month is an opportunity for individuals and communities to come together and show their appreciation for the service and sacrifices made by veterans and military families, and to support their successful reentry into civilian life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Iowa PBS, who received 2 prestigious public media awards presented by the National Education Telecommunications Association. These accolades were given during the 55th Annual Public Media Awards ceremony in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Iowa PBS was recognized for Military Chronicles in the content category for the documentary USS Iowa, retelling stories from World War II. They also won the short-form content category for their future, Iowa Miss Amazing, about the Iowa Miss Amazing organization that is dedicated to empowering girls and women with disabilities. These awards highlight the dedication and hard work of the whole Iowa PBS team, showcasing their commitment to capturing the spirit of Iowa in these remarkable productions. Congratulations to your team, and thank you for sharing Iowa's story. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize and celebrate a young man, Adam Zeithamel, and the remarkable participants of the 2023 National Youth Orchestra program. Adam completed the rigorous selection process and represented Iowa City as a cellist in the National Youth Orchestra USA program. The National Youth Orchestra program unites the most gifted musicians from across the nation and provides them with an opportunity to debut their talents at the renowned and historic Carnegie Hall. Adam and his cohort underwent an intensive training during their residency in New York and were guided by an exceptional faculty of professional musicians. Following their residency, the ensemble embarked on a tour of the great music capitals of the world while serving as music ambassadors. Congratulations, Adam Zeithamel, on this significant achievement, and thank you for making Iowa proud. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize a shining moment in Iowa women's basketball history. At the charity game hosted at Iowa City's University of Iowa football stadium, Kinnick Stadium, 55,646 passionate fans shattered the NCAA single-game record for the largest attendance in women's basketball history, and it was outdoors. The exhibition game between Iowa and DePaul directed all the profits toward the Iowa Children's Hospital, showcasing sportsmanship and the spirit of giving back. The idea for the Kinnick Stadium outdoor game was spearheaded by head coach Lisa Bluter. Caitlin Clark, the reigning Naismith National Player of the Year, delivered a remarkable performance by recording a 34-point triple-double and leading Iowa to a 94-71 victory over DePaul. Thank you to Coach Bluter for your inspiring leadership behind this event, and congratulations to the entire University of Iowa women's basketball team on this incredible milestone. Go Hawks! Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate Dennis Lawver with Caldwell Banker Howes and Jeffries in Clinton, Iowa, for his one-year appointment to the National Association of Realtors Federal Taxation Committee. Congratulations, Dennis. With that, I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, for 5 minutes.
The scenes from Gaza are horrendous, and people want the fighting to end. Some call for a ceasefire. Hamas needs to hear those calls and agree to free the hostages and turn over its rockets, and then we can have that ceasefire. There was a ceasefire on October 6th. Hamas broke it and killed 1,400 Israelis. What would happen if we had a ceasefire leaving the rockets and arms in Hamas's hands? Today, Ghazi Hamid, a high-ranking Hamas official, said exactly what would happen. He said, we will repeat October 7th 1, 2, 3, 4 times, as many times as it takes, until Israel is annihilated. We need a true ceasefire, and we can achieve it only if Hamas is disarmed. I've been a pro-Israel activist for 60 years and a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee for nearly 30. Israel has one friend in the world. Hamas knows that. America is divided and partisan. Hamas knows that. The terrible scenes in Gaza show that Hamas is willing to die for one thing, and that is to put those scenes on American television to undercut support for Israel, to make sure that that support is not bipartisan. Last week, we showed bipartisan support with 97% of the Democrats, 99% of the Republicans voting for a strong resolution. But unfortunately, our Speaker has decided to undercut that, and in doing so, help Hamas achieve its most important geopolitical objective. For 60 years, when an Israel resolution comes to this floor, it passes overwhelmingly with support on both sides of the aisle. Tomorrow, that changes because the Speaker is bringing a nakedly partisan version of the support for Israel bill to this floor. Mr. Speaker, you have only been in office for a week, and already you are achieving Hamas's geopolitical objectives. And why? Supposedly to pay for the cost of aiding Israel, they're going to slash the IRS budget. CBO today just indicated that that will cost us over $26 billion in revenue and will increase the cost of aiding Israel. And I'm here to say, as the chair of the bipartisan, co-chair of the bipartisan CPA caucus, and as someone who has taught tax law at Harvard Law School, and as someone who headed the second largest tax agency in this country, that CBO number is way too low. The long-term effects will be devastating on our ability to collect taxes. So we need a bipartisan bill before this floor. Not a bill that supposedly is going to help Israel, but actually is designed to hurt Israel, help Hamas, and then die in the Senate. Now, the numbers coming from Gaza about casualties are something that a CPA should look at. We know that what happened at Al-Ali Hospital was they dramatically overstated the casualties, and then America has said with a high degree of confidence now from our intel community that that was a rocket fired by Hamas or Islamic Jihad that failed to reach its target and instead fell on a Palestinian hospital. But even if you accept Hamas statistics, our press goes further and exaggerates their number. First, Hamas will tell you that they include in their statistics dead Palestinian combatants. And so our press reports the number as if that's somehow Israel's fault. The Hamas will tell you that they include in those statistics those who die from the 1/3 of Hamas rockets that crash into Gaza. And yet our press will report that statistic as if that's a number Israel is responsible for. And finally, as to those who die from Israeli ordnance, keep in mind that is because of Hamas's use of human shields. They were in Israel. They could have stood and fought the Israeli Defense Forces, and instead they quickly retreated behind their human shields. So, and then finally, there are those who say that we have more deaths in Gaza than in other terrible events happening in the world. This is clearly
Almost
false.
time's expired pursuant to
We have
Clause 12
had over
Alpha.
in Ethiopia. The press didn't report it, but it still matters.
The gentleman's time
I
has
yield
expired
back.
pursuant to Clause 12 Alpha of Rule 1. The chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Our help is in the name of the Lord who made heaven and earth. We pause today to reflect on the enormity of that eternal truth. In you, O Lord, the one who set the stars in the heavens, crafted breathtaking landscapes of mountains and valleys, who even now causes the oceans to rise and fall, and who sends rain to water the earth, in you do we live and move and have our being. May this reality so strike us that we recommit ourselves this day to the pursuit of peace in every corner of your magnificent creation. Help us to defend the innocents caught in the crossfires of Israel and Hamas, the blameless suffering in the war between Ukraine and Russia. May we open our hearts and minds, changing the way we in our own arrogance or ignorance are working against the peaceable kingdom you have designed. Help us to set aside our inclination to use words to wound, insults to injure, and cruel digs to devastate. You have given us so many different relationships, and you have called us to treat each one with dignity and respect, with tenderness and mercy. And so we call on your name today, that we would receive the magnitude of the help you alone provide, and which we so desperately need in the living of these days. Amen.
Chaplain. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Houlihan.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. The chair will receive a message. Will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, a message from the President of the United States.
Mr. Speaker,
Secretary.
I am directed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives a message in writing.
The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow, the House Committee on Ways and Means is marking up a comprehensive tax relief bill for disaster survivors. My bipartisan bill, H.R. 4970, the Protect Innocent Victims of Taxation After Fire Act, is included as a provision. H.R. 4970 will exempt all wildfire relief payments from federal income taxes, and is especially time sensitive given the recently extended from October 16th tax filing deadline in California until November 16th. It's essential that Congress gets this done and every fire victim trust beneficiary has this massive tax headache alleviated. Fire victims need this tax relief to help rebuild their lives, should not have to go through this tax season with all this uncertainty about what they're going to have to pay this year. The initiatives have been a long time coming. Indeed, the 5th-year anniversary of the Camp Fire in Paradise, California and surrounding communities is coming up in 1 week. The previous term, we had a similar bill included in the end of the government funding package at the end of the year, but was removed by the Senate because of a disagreement on tax policy. The bipartisan bill is a top priority. I commend and thank my Congressman colleague Mike Thompson from the wine country in helping, and our Ways and Means Chairman Jason Smith in seeing it through in committee in order to bring this relief to disaster victims.
The gentleman's time has
victims.
expired.
I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
We cannot rely on words alone to repel Russian aggression against Ukraine, nor to extinguish terrorism in the Middle East. Rather, we must also provide material support to our democratic partners as well. And we must not cleave Israel and Israeli funding and Ukrainian funding into two separate spending votes, because their fight for freedom is actually one and the same. The stories of Ukraine and Israel are inherently intertwined, and I am the daughter of their woven histories and struggles. With forged papers, my Jewish father evaded the Nazi threat in Lviv. The vast majority of his family was murdered in the Holocaust, but the few who survived emigrated to the United States, to Australia, and to Israel. It is an absolute dereliction of our duty to democracy to condition and politicize our support for Israel or Ukraine. To do so would signal to our adversaries abroad that we don't have the willpower, that we don't have the courage to stand up to authoritarianism and extremism wherever it rears its ugly head. We cannot send that message, we cannot appease evil, and we cannot afford to backslide in defense of democracy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm here to inform the House of Representatives that the Oversight Committee has indeed brought forward the receipts in our impeachment inquiry of Joe Biden. Through our investigation, we have uncovered a check to Joe Biden for $200,000. This comes from foreign funds from a country in the Middle East through a struggling company, and you can see the check is directly made to Joe Biden. This is what money laundering looks like. We've also uncovered and released today another check to Joseph R. Biden for $40,000. This $40,000 is a check written to him by his brother and sister-in-law, Sarah and James Biden, and this check comes from funds directly through money laundering through the CCP. No president of the United States, no vice president, no office holder should ever engage in money laundering, receiving money, selling out their office, selling out their power.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
And getting paid from foreign countries.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
Inquiry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. For what purpose does the gentleman and my colleague from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in defense of the Hudson River in New York State. For too long, too many that have enough wealth and enough power have gotten away with dumping toxic materials into our river, putting their profits ahead of the health and safety of our families. Now those same forces are at it again, attempting an end-around maneuver that would turn our precious Hudson River into a parking lot for dangerous barges carrying oil, asphalt, and other toxic materials. I want to be very clear. This presents a clear and present danger to our community, and we must and we will stop it. That's why I demanded that the Coast Guard uphold the anchoring ban on the Hudson River, and why I'm now calling on every single Hudson Valley resident to join me in this fight to protect our river. This is where my kids and your kids and grandkids play. It's where we get our drinking water for over 100,000 of our residents. It's the lifeblood of our community, not a parking lot for big corporations looking to make even more money. We owe it to our kids, our seniors, and our future generations to fight for our river with everything that we've got. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek to be recognized?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, on October 7th, Hamas invaded Israel in a horrific, barbaric terrorist attack, killing more than 1,400 people, injuring thousands more, taking 240 citizens hostage, including American citizens. Today, Israel finds itself in a war with Hamas. Hundreds of thousands of Israelis have been evacuated. 1 million people, Palestinian citizens, have had to evacuate the fighting as Hamas holds human shields, holds its captives still, and continues to fire more than 8,000 rockets into Israel. Israel needs our support, and on Friday, this body will consider legislation providing that emergency supplemental support. But on Friday, for the first time, Republicans in this body will condition that aid and try to add legislation to rescind IRS agents that will cost the United States Treasury $12.5 billion. This is dangerous, reckless, and irresponsible. Irresponsible because it costs the Treasury money. Reckless because it is conditioning aid for the first time, and dangerous because it puts Israel in a precarious position. I urge my colleagues not to allow this bill to come to the floor, to instead put a clean supplemental bill on the floor. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass House Resolution 559.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 559, resolution declaring it is the policy of the United States that a nuclear Islamic Republic of Iran is not acceptable.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Schneider, each will control 20 minutes. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Speaker, Iran is a destabilizing force in the region that poses a threat to our allies and to our national security interests. That is why I introduced this resolution with a bipartisan group of co-sponsors to make a clear, simple, and vital statement that it is the official policy of the United States that a nuclear Iran is unacceptable, and that we will use all means necessary to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. This resolution is short and to the point. There's no hedging or equivocation. If we project weakness, it will only embolden Iran. In recent years, Iran has pushed its nuclear provocations to the brink, enriching uranium to 60% and openly violating both the JCPOA and its non-proliferation treaty obligations, and even kicking out 1/3 of inspectors from the IAEA. Iran is the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism. The Iranian regime has funded Hamas and other Palestinian terrorist groups to the tune of $100 million per year. 500 Hamas fighters reportedly trained in Iran in September before the October 7th invasion and terrorist attack. And what is Hamas doing right now? Waging a barbaric war against our friend and ally Israel. And now Iran's proxies are engaged in nearly daily attacks on our soldiers, on U.S. troops in the Middle East who remain in the region to ensure the enduring defeat of ISIS. Put simply, we need to restore deterrence against Iran. We need to use every tool at our disposal to keep Iran from having a nuclear weapon. It is critical that this body votes together to send a clear and loud message that Iran cannot obtain a nuclear weapon under any circumstances. And I thank my friend Brad Schneider from Illinois for joining me in introducing this resolution. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting for this resolution today, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This House of Representatives has a long history of working to halt Iran's nuclear program. We all know why the terrorist regime in Tehran must never, ever obtain a nuclear weapon. Look at what Iran is doing now. They are complicit in Hamas's terrorism against Israel. Through proxies, the regime is targeting American forces in the region with deadly force. They have built the region's most powerful terrorist organization, Hezbollah, which destabilizes Lebanon and threatens Israel with hundreds of thousands of sophisticated missiles. Iran props up the criminal Assad regime in Syria and the Houthis in Yemen. They interfere with global shipping, evade sanctions, and attempt to murder Israelis and others around the world. And these are only a few of the examples of Iran's nefarious behavior. Imagine what they could do, imagine what they would do if they operated under the safety umbrella of a nuclear weapon. Democrats and Republicans alike have said for many years, Iran can never be allowed to obtain a nuclear weapon. Since the 2018 ill-conceived withdrawal from the JCPOA, Iran's nuclear program has surged to extraordinarily dangerous levels, and the options to stop Iran from processing weapons-grade 90% highly enriched uranium are increasingly limited. In August, the IAEA reported that Iran's stockpile of 60% enriched uranium has grown since its May report. Iran now possesses almost 15 times the amount of enriched uranium allowed under the JCPOA. Furthermore, in September, Iran informed the IAEA of its decision to remove about 1/3 of IAEA inspectors from the country. I argue that we cannot take diplomacy off the table. We must keep all options open, but this is a very dangerous moment in dealing with Iran's nuclear program. In May, White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan said the following, quote, "We are also engaging Iran diplomatically regarding its nuclear program, and we continue to believe that it was a tragic mistake to leave the deal with nothing at all to replace it. But we have made clear to Iran that it can never be permitted to obtain a nuclear weapon. As President Biden has repeatedly reaffirmed, he will take the actions that are necessary to stand by this statement, including by recognizing Israel's freedom of action," end quote. The resolution before us today complements the Biden administration's policy of leaving all options on the table, and I am pleased to co-lead it with my friend, Chairman McCall. I will repeat, the regime in Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. With that, I yield and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Self, a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of Mr. McCall's resolution to declare the policy of the United States that a nuclear Iran is not acceptable. I commanded a Green Beret Special Forces detachment that deployed a tactical nuclear weapon, and I stood strategic nuclear watch for 1 year. I was intimately familiar with the Single Integrated Operations Plan, the Strategic Nuclear Plan. I knew in detail the tens of thousands that nuclear war entails, deaths. The United States and our allies, including Israel, must prevent Iran from attaining a nuclear weapon by any means necessary. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Representative Kathy Manning, the vice-ranking member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my friend, Representative Schneider, for yielding me time. I rise in support of this bipartisan resolution I helped introduce with the House Foreign Affairs Committee Chairman Mike McCall and Representative Schneider and others to make clear that the United States will never tolerate Iran acquiring a nuclear weapon. Iran is the principal source of instability in the region. It is a major threat to our interests and remains the world's leading sponsor of terrorism, supporting terrorist groups like Hamas in their brutal quest to destroy our ally Israel. On October 7th, we witnessed the gruesome result of Iran's support for Hamas. This is the kind of terror that Iran facilitates. An armed Iran with a nuclear weapon would represent an even greater, entirely unacceptable threat to Israel and the world. For the past few years, Iran has flagrantly violated the terms of the nuclear deal, blown past restrictions, continued to enrich uranium to dangerous levels, bringing it closer than ever to being able to produce nuclear weapons. That is why this resolution emphasizes that it is U.S. policy to prevent a nuclear-armed Iran, as President Biden himself has made clear, and to support our partners and allies like Israel in the face of such an existential threat. Sending a clear message that Iran cannot acquire a nuclear weapon is about deterring Iran, not seeking confrontation or war with them. Colleagues on both sides of the aisle should agree that it is absolutely in our interest to restrain Iran's nuclear ambitions, and it is in the interest of a more stable, secure, and peaceful region. Mr. Speaker, I urge all my colleagues to vote in support of the resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves, and the gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers and reserve the right to close.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Representative Joaquin Castro, an esteemed member of our Foreign Affairs Committee and ranking member on the Western Hemisphere Subcommittee.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, I have to rise in opposition to House Resolution 559. I'm proud to represent San Antonio, Texas, known as Military City, USA, which is home to one of the largest concentrations of military bases in the United States. Every year, tens of thousands of young men and women pass through my city on their way to military theaters around the world. Their lives are sacred, and Congress needs to be careful about how our decisions can put them in harm's way. While this is a non-binding resolution, it would speak for the House of Representatives without meaningfully engaging with the broad range of tools at our disposal to prevent Iranian proliferation. I strongly oppose Iran's pursuit of a nuclear weapon. That's why I supported President Obama's efforts to constrain Iran's nuclear program through the JCPOA, and why I opposed Donald Trump's decision to release Iran from the restrictions on its nuclear program by violating and then withdrawing from the JCPOA. But this resolution, in saying the United States must use, quote, all means necessary to prevent Iran from pursuing a nuclear weapon, goes too far. Do we support sending U.S. forces, ground troops into Iran to stop their nuclear program? What about using a nuclear weapon ourselves? That's what the language of this resolution would support or allow. This isn't just leaving all our options on the table. This resolution endorses every option. In recent years, Congress has had important bipartisan conversations about reclaiming our constitutional authority over the use of military force. If the Congress is going to endorse the use of force, even in a non-binding resolution, we need a more deliberate debate before going forward. This resolution also commits the United States to endorse the actions of any of our partners and allies to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. Would we support Saudi Arabia or the UAE if they were to unilaterally strike Iran, putting the hundreds of U.S. forces stationed in the Persian Gulf at risk? This resolution commits to unconditionally supporting their, quote, freedom of action. While I strongly oppose Iran's nuclear program, the language we are voting on today goes too far. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
I reserve my time.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves his time.
I continue to reserve my right to close.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
We're ready to close.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, HRES 559 is an important restatement of the administration policy. The Iranian regime can never, ever be allowed to acquire a nuclear weapon. I urge my colleagues to support this measure, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've seen repeatedly through history that weakness invites aggression. We certainly saw that in World War II with Hitler's aggression. Our adversaries, Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea, are increasingly working together to upend the global balance of power. They are enabling each other's aggression against the United States and our allies. This body has a responsibility to project strength and protect the American people. And we will speak with one voice as we deliver a clear message that Iran's nuclear escalation must stop, that a nuclear Iran is simply unacceptable, and that the United States will never permit a nuclear Iran to exist. So I urge my colleagues to join me in voting for this important resolution, important voice on the United States of America through its representatives. And with that, I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend rules and agree to House Resolution 559? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. For what purpose is the gentleman recognized?
Mr. Speaker, on that, I request the yeas and the nays.
Excuse me. The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 340.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
H.R. 340, a bill to impose sanctions with respect to foreign support for terrorist organizations, including Hamas and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad.
Same? The same? This is all the same. Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Schneider, each will control 20 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
The gentleman will suspend. Mr. McCall, one moment. Sorry, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I also ask unanimous consent to place into record a letter to the Committee on Financial Services.
Without objection.
Thank you. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On October 7th, over 2,000 Hamas terrorists invaded Israel and brutally murdered over 1,400 people. The images from this gruesome attack will haunt us for eternity. The beheadings, families being burned alive, women who were raped and slaughtered, one of whom dragged through the streets of Gaza. I was in one of the kibbutzes right on the border of Gaza just last year, meeting with members of the community. I saw their daycare center and the children who were there. That very same kibbutz, Mr. Speaker, was overrun by 70 Hamas terrorists. Many of the residents whom I met were slaughtered, but most viciously the babies and the children I visited in the daycare center were slaughtered, shot to death, beheaded, and burned alive. And reports are that a pregnant woman was forced to watch as they cut her baby out of her womb, killing her child before they killed her. On December 7th, 1941, in response to the bombing at Pearl Harbor, President Roosevelt said it was, quote, a date which will live in infamy. So too will October 7th, 2023. The United States must stand resolute and use every tool at our disposal to support our friend and ally, Israel. Israel has been pulled into a war with the Iran-backed terrorist Hamas and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, who have launched more than 8,000 rockets at Israel since this war started. We know that Iran has historically provided around $100 million a year in support to Hamas and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad and other Palestinian terrorist groups. Hamas also generates hundreds of millions of dollars every year from its secret international investment portfolio. These accounts help fund Hamas's terrorist infrastructure. They pay for its elaborate 500-mile tunnel network, 500 miles of tunnel, and for the rockets being fired into Israel. This bill takes aim at Iran's support for Hamas and makes it clear that banks cannot facilitate the toxic relationship between the largest state sponsor of terror and its proxies. Unfortunately, the media seems to have forgotten that for years Hamas has profited off of innocent people, prioritizing rocket production over supporting the basic needs of their own people, exacerbating suffering. I want to thank my colleague, Mr. Mast, who also served in the IDF with distinction, for introducing this important piece of legislation. We need every tool at our disposal to restrict Hamas and other Palestinian terrorists access to financing and hold the countries enabling them to account. So I urge my colleagues to join me in voting for this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 340, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Hamas has, since its inception, been a military and political entity dedicated to the destruction of Israel. Rather than addressing the needs of the Palestinian people, Hamas has furthered their suffering and has destabilized the Gaza Strip. Rather than building schools, industries, and public infrastructure to lift up their own people, Hamas has built a terrorist army and a network of sophisticated attack tunnels to destroy Israel and kill Jews. The group has terrorized its people rather than govern, uses Palestinian civilians as human shields, and has terrorized its own population and that of Israel. Since 2007, when Hamas violently seized governing control of the Gaza Strip, it has launched tens of thousands of rockets targeting Israeli cities and towns, from hospitals, schools, and Palestinian neighborhoods in Gaza. It has conducted countless terrorist attacks, engaged in hostage-taking, and tortured its own, the Palestinian people. The State Department first designated Hamas as a foreign terrorist organization in 1997. The EU and other Western countries have done the same. Passage of this legislation today will provide more tools for this and future administrations to hold Hamas accountable for its terrorism and brutality. While Hamas leaders don't have financial assets in the U.S., new sanctions have been unveiled by the Biden administration in recent days that will increase pressure on some of the countries that host them. With this legislation before us, the United States will now be able to penalize third parties who provide assistance to Hamas. While we desire to put more pressure on Hamas, we want to make certain that American and partner NGOs and governments are still able to assist the people of Gaza and their humanitarian needs. The waiver present in this legislation, while strict, will allow that assistance to continue. Hamas's reign of terror must end. It is our only chance at a lasting peace. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mast, the chairman of the Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on Oversight and Accountability and the author of this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from Florida and my fellow veteran is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you to the submariner up front. It's a special kind of service, no doubt about it. I thank the chairman for his work on this legislation, for helping to bring it to the floor, and for his work in helping to make sure that in this body, when those of us that are in here say never again in support of Israel and the Jewish state, that it's something that we are doing everything possible to make sure that never again is the truth. And you might ask, what can this bill, what can this do in support of never again, and why? And the why on it is very simple, because October 7th didn't happen for free. October 7th didn't happen without planning. October 7th didn't happen without delivery of arms from multiple nations. October 7th didn't happen without the intelligence from multiple nations and non-government organizations and individuals. This happened as a result of a great deal of all of the above. This bill is specifically about sanctions, about making sure that we can get to the individuals or the states or the government agencies or the non-government agencies or the companies that enabled October 7th to happen. That we cut off the material support, whether that's money or equipment or something that we might label here in Washington as a dual-use item, from making it to the Gaza Strip or the West Bank or into the hands of Hezbollah or somewhere else, from making sure that we cut off the technological support, whether it's intelligence or literally software or hardware or arms of propaganda, whether we're cutting off the financial support, the terror financing, the transactions, those that are engaging with the literal perpetrators of terrorism, doing it by blocking and freezing assets and funds, providing travel restrictions, export restrictions, financial sanctions so that they can't use our banks or financial institutions, and the list goes on. That's the work that has to be done within these walls to make sure that we can say never again. That's the work that we can do in here to make sure that October 7th doesn't happen again. And it's the work that we have to do in passing this bill to make sure that we do everything possible to prevent the kind of terrorism, the barbaric acts that the chairman spoke so eloquently about and so vividly about. So it's in that I ask my colleagues to rise in support of this bill, join us, vote unanimously in support of this bill, and I yield you, Chairman, the remainder of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to yield 3 minutes to my dear friend, the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Representative Kathy Manning, who is the vice-ranking member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my friend, Representative Brad Schneider, for yielding me time. I am proud to speak in support of H.R. 340, the Hamas International Financing Prevention Act, a bipartisan bill introduced by Representatives Brian Mast and Josh Gottheimer to impose sanctions on the terrorist group Hamas. On October 7th, we woke in horror to find Hamas's brutal and despicable terrorist attacks, firing rockets at innocent civilians, storming the Israeli border, invading Israel, going house to house, murdering babies, executing parents in front of their children, massacring 260 young people at a music festival. Hamas killed 31 U.S. citizens and more than 1,400 Israelis, while taking hundreds of innocent people hostage in Gaza, including babies and toddlers. Hamas terrorists are not militants. They are not freedom fighters. They are not a civil resistance movement. They are a brutal foreign terrorist organization which is dedicated to the destruction of Israel and the murder of Jews. It is no secret that this is their goal. It is plainly stated in Hamas's founding charter. It is also important to recognize that Hamas has no regard for the lives of innocent Palestinian civilians in Gaza, the very people they rule over, who suffer under Hamas. Let there be no mistake. Hamas bears responsibility for their pain as well. All countries around the world should join the U.S. in demanding Hamas immediately release all the hostages currently held in Gaza. I am grateful that the Biden administration has imposed additional sanctions on senior Hamas officials and their financial backers. We need to continue to bring pressure to bear on Hamas and cut off their flow of resources. That is why this legislation would impose sanctions on foreign entities that provide material and financial support to Hamas and Islamic Jihad, while also providing for important humanitarian exemptions. Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleagues for their work on this bill. I urge all my colleagues to join me in supporting it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I reserve my time.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the right to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Representative Joaquin Castro, an esteemed member of our Foreign Affairs Committee and the Western Hemisphere Subcommittee Chair.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise in opposition to H.R. 340. I unequivocally condemn Hamas's attack on Israel, which resulted in the deaths of over 1,400 innocent people and the kidnapping of hundreds of hostages, including American citizens. The United States has rightly designated Hamas as a terrorist organization since 1997, and I have fully supported sanctions on Hamas when they've come before the House in the past. But there is a distinction between Hamas and the innocent Palestinians it holds captive in Gaza, and we must legislate with that understanding. And our efforts to hold Hamas accountable must not come at the expense of those innocent civilians. As originally written, this bill included a broad humanitarian exemption that would have protected the provision of food, medicine, and other life-saving supplies into Gaza. The State Department and the Treasury both supported that exemption, which aligned with the Biden administration's goals to weaken Hamas without causing undue civilian suffering and deaths. Unfortunately, the primary sponsor of H.R. 340 offered an amendment during committee markup that removed that exemption, replacing it with a case-by-case waiver that will impede the delivery of humanitarian aid into Gaza. At times here, we need to speculate about the motivations behind specific legislation and legislative decisions. In this case, however, it's part of the committee record. The bill sponsor said, and I quote, that he believes, quote, any assistance should be slowed down, and argued that no one can distinguish between innocent Palestinians and Hamas. The situation in Gaza is incredibly dire and becoming more so by the day, which is why President Biden has worked to secure the delivery of humanitarian assistance to Gaza and requested funding to support those efforts. The decision to intentionally remove this provision was a choice to hurt people in Gaza who are not responsible.
The gentleman's
for this
time has
conflict.
expired.
I request 30 more seconds.
I'm happy to yield 30 additional seconds.
The chair recognizes for another 30 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. If the humanitarian exemption that was originally in this bill was restored, I would fully support H.R. 340. But I cannot, in good faith, support a bill that amounts to intentional collective punishment against the people of Gaza, nearly half of whom are children. For this reason, I urge the House to vote no, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the Speaker, I thank Chairman McCall, and I certainly thank my friend from Florida, Mr. Mast, for offering this important bill, H.R. 340, the Hamas International Financing Prevention Act. I serve, in addition to my work on the Foreign Affairs Committee, I serve on the House Financial Services Committee, and for my time in Congress, have been on our task force and subcommittee over those years on terror and illicit finance. And today, once again, we come to this House floor to tackle a new form of illicit finance. I think it was shocking to a lot of people in America to read in the Wall Street Journal that Hamas is now using digital assets in order to raise funds and move money around. And just as we tackle illicit charitable use, illicit cash use, illicit bank use, this committee is dedicated to tackling this new form of escaping our Anti-Money Laundering, Bank Secrecy Act laws in order to fund terror. So I expect all of my colleagues to be together, working together to pass this bill and, in fact, stand up against this new form of terror finance by using digital assets. We look forward to working on that issue in both the Financial Services Committee and the Foreign Affairs Committee, and I congratulate the gentleman from Florida for his leadership. I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
We have no more speakers and are ready to close.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Speaker, I yield an additional 3 minutes to my good friend from Florida, Mr. Mast.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
I want to address some of the comments that were brought up about the bill and exemptions that do not exist. And I think it's important to recognize there are some exemptions. There are exemptions for food and medicine. Those exemptions exist. But there are not exemptions for pieces of equipment that might be considered dual-use items that were used to, say, knock over the barricades and the fences and the barriers that were preventing the Palestinian terrorists from making it into Israel. There are not exemptions to, say, allow those kind of pieces of equipment that might come in under agricultural exemptions in this bill. Why? Because they can be dual-use items. That's a reason to not have them. And, I think when we look at this as a whole, I would encourage the other side to not so lightly throw around the idea of innocent Palestinian civilians, as is frequently said. I don't think we would so lightly throw around the term innocent Nazi civilians during World War II. We're going to speak later about a bill related to Palestinian education and the fact that in their schools run by the Palestinian Authority, not Hamas, not Palestinian Islamic Jihad, not Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigade, not Lion's Den, not any of the other groups, run by the Palestinian Authority, the anti-Semitic teachings that they put within their own schools, right? The list goes on of the examples we could give of what somebody might just call a rank-and-file Gazan or a rank-and-file person in the West Bank or just a Palestinian that maybe they don't say falls under that name of Hamas or Palestinian Islamic Jihad, but by any classical definition would absolutely be considered a terrorist, somebody that in the last couple weeks had been conducting kidnappings, murders, brutality that is nearly unspeakable. So again, as we look at this and what kind of exemptions should and should not exist, I would ask that it be looked at through that lens, that there's not this far stretch to say there are very few innocent Palestinian civilians. I haven't seen the videos of the innocent Palestinian civilians that were out there trying to protect the Israelis, that were out there trying to stop the attacks, trying to get the captives returned instead of being taken into tunnel systems. And so look at that as well when we think about the equipment, whether agricultural or otherwise, that might be put in the hands of those terrorists. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
We are ready to close when the other side has called on all the speakers.
Yeah, I'm prepared to close as well.
Okay. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, H.R. 340 is an important effort to strengthen sanctions on Hamas, a genocidal terrorist organization who showed its true intent and core evil on October 7th when it crossed over a border, savagely massacred 1,400 people, took more than 240 people hostage, wounded thousands of others, and continues its assault, as it's written in its charter, to destroy the state of Israel and to murder Jews. I will remind my colleagues, if I can, that what we saw on October 7th was the worst day for the murder of Jews since the Holocaust. But I also believe it is important that unless we're talking about Nazis and the Holocaust, we are very careful, and most often we seek to avoid making comparisons. I also think it's important that as Israel prosecutes its war against Hamas, and it is against Hamas, not against the Palestinian people, we recognize the humanity of the civilians, all the civilians that are caught in the middle of this horrific war. Hamas is a terrorist organization and must be eliminated from being a threat to Israel, an oppressor of its people, and in control of Gaza. That's why this legislation is so critically important. We have to see the humanity of people. I'm a co-chair of the bipartisan, bicameral Abraham Accords Caucus. I've committed my life seeking and pursuing peace for Israel and its neighbors. The Abraham Accords Caucus recognizes for the first time that both Arabs and Jews belong to the same land, and records in its essence and in its being that by embracing each other, Arabs and Jews can not only live together, but lift each other up and lift the future for the same land. Hamas does not see that future. Hamas is a terrorist organization, is a threat to peace, a threat to Israel, a threat to democracy. I urge my colleagues to support this measure, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Mr. Schneider for his strong, passionate support, Ms. Manning and the author, Mr. Mast. And I think the gentleman makes a great argument. Hamas stands between the expansion of the Abraham Accords and the destruction of the Abraham Accords. They are the ones standing between peace in the Middle East and war, a war that they provoked, a war that was barbaric against our friend and ally Israel. It's impossible to overstate just how violent and horrific the terrorist attacks in Israel were. I've seen it. Don't tell me it didn't happen, because it's real. Nor can we underestimate the determination of Hamas itself. Their covenant explicitly states, quote, Israel will exist and will continue to exist until Islam will obliterate it, just as it obliterated others before it. I don't think you can be any more clear about your intent. Hamas has told us who they are and what they plan to do. Well, we need to act here in Congress, and we need to act now. So again, I want to thank Mr. Mast, Mr. Schneider, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 340 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek?
On that, I request the yeas and the nays.
Yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3774 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3774, a bill to impose additional sanctions with respect to importation or facilitation of the importation of petroleum products from Iran and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Schneider, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I also ask unanimous consent to place into the record an exchange of letters on this bill between the chairman of the Foreign Affairs and Judiciary Committees.
Without objection.
Thank you. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to be here today as we gather to pass the Stop Harboring Iranian Petroleum Act, or the SHIP Act, which I introduced earlier this year with my colleague from Florida, Congressman Jared Moskowitz. In the wake of the appalling terrorist attacks against Israel on October 7th, it is clear that we must work to confront Iran and its proxies in the region with a strong sanctions regime. Iran is the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, and unfortunately has the coffers to back this up. Iran spends its money on terror, on developing nuclear capabilities, on taking hostages to use for bargaining purposes, and on funding the criminal IRGC. We must cut off Iran's funding and stop these illicit activities at their source. And that's where Iranian oil comes in. Iran currently engages in a massive global oil trade, exporting its blood-stained petroleum in exchange for money and influence abroad. In the past year alone, Iran has made tens of billions off of their illicit oil trade. And this August, China imported a staggering 1.5 million barrels per day. China is the largest importer of Iranian oil, and in doing so has become complicit in the nefarious acts carried out with that funding. While the U.S. already sanctions Iranian petroleum, it is absolutely critical that we expand our sanctions regime to not only target Iran, but Iran's enablers who are complicit in the nefarious acts committed with that money. The SHIP Act specifically expands these sanctions to cover foreign ports and refineries that process Iranian oil, individuals and entities that knowingly accept shipments of Iranian oil, refine Iranian oil, transport or offload Iranian oil, or otherwise transact with Iranian oil should be held accountable for their actions, for their willingness to pay for Iranian-backed terrorism. The SHIP Act has been bipartisan from the start and continues to show a united front between Republicans and Democrats to limit Iran's global influence and protect those the Iranian regime seeks to harm, such as our Jewish and Israeli friends. The SHIP Act sends a message to those who trade in Iranian oil that they'll have the United States to deal with if they continue to do so, that they can't pretend they don't know where the money is going. They can't pretend to separate Iranian oil from the very terrorism it supports. And now we're putting it in writing that they're going to be held accountable if they keep enabling Iran. And so I urge all of my colleagues to support H.R. 3774, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 3774 and yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the goal of this legislation is simple: to prevent Iran from profiting off its petroleum reserves. The tyrannical Iranian regime uses these profits to fund its terrorism and proxy activities, as well as to make advancements on its nuclear program. The SHIP Act aims to apply unilateral mandatory sanctions on anyone who does any of the following with Iranian oil: operate a port that accepts or transfers the oil, operate a refinery that possesses Iranian oil, run a business that purchases, sells, or finances Iranian oil, ships Iranian oil, or knowingly works at any facility that handles Iranian oil. Without a doubt, the target of these sanctions is China, the largest purchaser of Iranian oil. If China stopped buying oil from Iran, Iran would be starved of the funds it uses to destabilize its region and the world. But this is not something we can achieve overnight without impacting the global energy and shipping economy. In today's interconnected world, where China is a major player and a trading partner of the United States, we cannot be shielded from economic impacts these sanctions might cause. That is why, if this legislation is signed into law, we must be both smart and forceful during its implementation. And we must be honest with the American people about why we are willing and why we must take this risk. Sanctions are a diplomatic tool. They are not an end in themselves. The bold petroleum and financial sanctions that drove Iran to the table to negotiate JCPOA were multilateral, and we did the hard work of uniting the world behind the policy before implementation of those sanctions. As it stands today, we'd be going at this policy alone. That is why the Congress should work with this and any future administration to do the hard diplomatic work of bringing allies and its partners into the plan. That is what will ultimately increase our chances of succeeding. I'm a proud co-sponsor of this bill, but I'm also concerned by the very limited flexibility the administration would have with the waiver in this bill. It is one of the strictest standards that can be found in law. I'm open to addressing that aspect of the bill if this measure goes to conference with the Senate to ensure that the waiver provision isn't virtually unusable. But due to the clear and present threat posed by Iran to the United States and our allies, I believe we must use every tool at our disposal to address the challenge. The new sanctions offered by the SHIP Act provide important tools in our toolbox that could end Chinese purchase of oil. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. I thank my friend from New York for managing the time and my friend from Illinois on this very important bill. I'm so glad to see that it's a bipartisan effort on H.R. 3774, the SHIP Act, because this bill is critical to countering the long record of continued mistakes by President Biden of appeasing the regime in Iran. The Biden administration continues a foreign policy offering carrots to the world's #1 state sponsor of terrorism and getting nothing to show for it in return. Due to this administration's appeasement through sanctions relief, Iran's oil production is now back up at a 5-year high and is estimated producing 1.5 million barrels a day. And that's worth, Mr. Speaker, $40 billion annualized. Now, nearly all of that is being sold to China, completely as a counter to the rest of the world's effort to cut off money going to Russia, directly through Russian oil and indirectly through Iran backing Russia. These are linked. Iran backing Hezbollah in Lebanon, Iran backing Syria in Assad, Iran backing Hamas in the Gaza. Are you getting the picture? Iran is a problem here, Mr. Speaker, a partner to Russia fighting Ukraine, a partner in defeating Israel through Gaza. And yet why? Because they are selling oil on the market against global sanctions. This bill is important. It goes far beyond the administration's $6 billion of sanction relief to return Americans. Secondary sanctions are essential. And America's diplomacy, as Mr. Schneider from Illinois said, to get Europe on board with secondary sanctions is important too, because it's about defeating this global network of evil, Russia, Iran, and China. I encourage all my colleagues to support this important bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York.
Reserve the right to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do want to reflect on the comments of my friend, Mr. Hill, because he brings up a really important point. It is vitally important to understand that Iran connects a lot of dots. Iran is funding Hamas that attacked Israel and massacred 1,400 people and took 240 hostages, including Americans. Iran is providing weapons to Russia in their attack on Ukraine. Iran is selling oil to China. The war in Gaza and the war in Ukraine have a lot of common denominators. Both are wars against democracies with the intent of wiping out those democracies, but no intent, either with Putin in Russia or Hamas against Israel, in stopping there. The United States has an important role in leading and bringing together the world to support our allies in Ukraine and Israel. And that's why it's so important that as we stand here in a most perilous time, we unite as a body in this Congress to support our allies, not to divide, not to use political gamesmanship to use Israel as a partisan wedge, but to say we will stand together and support our allies. Why I call our folks to come to this body and support the President's supplemental request. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mass, Chairman of the Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on Oversight and Accountability.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I just wanted to rise in support, say thank you for great work on this piece of legislation. It is very important, as both sides have spoken about. The idea, if you were to make a comparison, if a farmer had to be sanctioned, but we were thinking about sanctioning the farmer without sanctioning their crops, or the truck that they would use to transport them, or the dock workers, or the market that they would bring the crops to, it would be nonsensical. And it's essentially a situation that we have going on between Iran, China, Russia, and an entire axis of evil, that they are getting their crops to market. And in my opinion, it's one of the most important things that we can work to prevent. in order to have the greatest impact on Iran and their ability to finance terror across the globe. So in that, I thank you for your work, and I thank you for yielding me the time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from New York.
Thank you. Reserve the right to close.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, H.R. 3774 is an important effort to cut funding off from the Iranian regime. I strongly urge my colleagues to support this measure, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I introduced this bill earlier this year with Congressman Jared Moskowitz of Florida. It has over 230 bipartisan co-sponsors because Congress recognizes the need to sanction Iranian petroleum even further. Since President Biden took office, relaxed enforcement of oil sanctions that has contributed to increased Iranian oil revenues worth approximately $25.9 billion. In 2019, Iran's oil exports fell below 500,000 barrels per day as a result of the prior administration's oil sanctions pressure. As of September 2023, Iranian oil exports had increased to nearly 1.5 million barrels per day. Most of these increased sales have gone to Chinese buyers. Exports are up 59% since January of 2021. The administration's refusal to list entities enabling the trade for secondary sanctions, in other words, imposing sanctions on the buyers, has contributed to this. I wish we didn't need to do this, but we have to. HSI and OFAC should be enforcing these sanctions. On October 11, 2023, NSC Coordinator for Strategic Communications, John Kirby, responded to a question about the weak enforcement of sanctions on Iranian oil by stating, quote, "The President has been concerned about making sure we have a viable global market for oil, working hard to keep the prices of gasoline down here in the United States. Part of that is making sure you remove some of the volatility in the global supply and demand." Are you kidding me? First of all, the United States doesn't get Iranian petroleum. Our refineries aren't able to process it, and we already have sanctions in place against it. This administration has prohibited U.S. oil and gas development more strenuously than it has Iranian. It's absurd. Macquarie, a leading financial services advisory firm, recently advised its clients that, quote, "In our assessment, the Biden administration's policy approach has been to limit oil supply disruptions regardless of the situation. Given that policy objectives did not target Russian oil flows even at the height of the Russian-Ukraine conflict, we do not expect Iranian oil exports to be constrained either." Now, there are members of this body that are going to oppose this legislation because it is too strenuous, doesn't give enough wiggle room to the administration. There's a reason we're not giving wiggle room to the administration. It's because they have been incapable of enforcing the sanctions against Iran and Iranian petroleum, which has been used as the funding source for the greatest state sponsor of terrorism in the world. Lest anyone think otherwise, the attacks by Hamas, by Hezbollah, over the course of time have been funded by Iran. We must be stringent in enforcing these sanctions. It is critically important. And when you look at what is happening in the world and the unholy alliance that has been brought about by Iran, North Korea, China, and Russia to undermine and destabilize the free world, to undermine the United States and our allies, we must enforce these sanctions, which is why it is critically important that we pass H.R. 3774 so that we can enact sanctions on the buyer. China has been the largest buyer of Iranian petroleum. Their refineries are built to refine that oil. Our allies around the world must recognize and understand the threats that are emanating from this unholy alliance. And so I urge all of my colleagues in both parties to support this bipartisan, common sense legislation. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3774 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
On that, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass House Resolution 599.
Clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 599, resolution urging the European Union to designate Hezbollah in its entirety as a terrorist organization.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Schneider, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, 3 weeks ago, Hamas launched a brutal and unprovoked terrorist attack on our ally Israel from its perch in the Gaza Strip. Now Israel is engaged in a major military operation in response to the pressing threat posed by this Iran-backed terrorist group. For years, Hamas benefited from the misconception that it was focused on governing the Gaza Strip. But make no mistake, there is no difference between the political and military wings of terrorist organizations. One of Hamas's allies in the region, Hezbollah, also benefits from this misguided fiction that its political and military entities are separate. Like with Hamas, this is unequivocally false. Even Hezbollah's leader himself admits there is no distinction between the two. So it is unfortunate that the European Union includes Hezbollah's military branch on its list of sanctioned terrorist organizations, but not its political wing. This has enabled Hezbollah to use Europe as a base to plan extremist terrorist activities and exploit global financial networks to pay for them. Right now, Hezbollah is launching near-daily attacks on Israel's northern borders with rockets, mortars, and anti-tank missiles. Every one of these attacks risks the opening of a second front in this war. Does this sound like the work of a political party? Yet the EU's continued recognition of this arbitrary distinction between political and military wings allows Hezbollah to continue to operate throughout Europe, even while causing casualties in Israel. This issue has never been more urgent. We must make clear to these terrorist proxies that we are not fooled about their true intention, the destruction of Israel. And we must make clear to Iran that it cannot hide behind its terrorist proxies. I urge our allies in the European Union to designate Hezbollah in full as a terrorist organization, and I urge my colleagues in the House to vote in support of this resolution. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill and yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I've spoken about Iran, about Hamas, and the various bills on the floor today, seeking to bring peace and prosperity to the region. And that's why I'm proud to lead HRES 599, urging the European Union to designate Hezbollah in its entirety as a terrorist organization. I want to thank our former colleague and the current president of the American Jewish Committee, Ted Deutsch, for his groundbreaking work on this issue. Like Hamas, Hezbollah is an Iran-backed terrorist organization committed to the destruction of Israel and of peace throughout the region. And the U.S. has done the right thing by recognizing it as such. But our good friends in Europe often make a distinction between the organization's political and its military wings, seeing the former as a partner they can try to work with. Looking at how Lebanon has been on the verge of becoming a failed state, we cannot underestimate the pernicious role played by Hezbollah. Hezbollah bombed our embassy in Beirut in April 1983, killing 63 people. And then in October of the same year, attacked a Marine barracks, killing 241 Americans. And their behavior, their nefarious behavior, has never stopped. They murdered Israeli tourists in Bulgaria in 2012 and tried to do so again in Cyprus in 2013. 2 years later, they got caught in Cyprus with 8 tons of ammonium nitrate. That year, Congress passed the Hezbollah International Financing Prevention Act of 2015, which I was proud to help lead and follow up in 2018. Despite our best efforts to counter it, the resolution describes in detail Hezbollah's nefarious activities in Belgium, in France, in Germany, and throughout the European Union. I've always said that the world is at its best when America leads. We have led in countering Hezbollah, and now we must urge our European allies to join us. As we look at Hezbollah's skirmishes with Israel, loudly supporting Hamas and threatening a war on a second front at a most perilous time, I hope and I trust our European partners will take this as a wake-up call. Hezbollah is a terrorist organization in its entirety and must be designated as such in its entirety. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Reserve the right to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to yield 3 minutes to my good friend, the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Representative Kathy Manning, the vice-ranking member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my friend, Representative Brad Schneider, for yielding me time. I rise in support of this bipartisan resolution I reintroduced with Congressman Brad Schneider and colleagues on both sides of the aisle. This resolution, originally introduced by the former Congressman Ted Deutsch, which passed the House last Congress, urges the European Union to designate Hezbollah in its entirety as a terrorist organization. Mr. Speaker, the terrorist group Hezbollah is a linchpin of Iran's axis of resistance and is responsible for thousands of civilian deaths in the Middle East and around the globe, including the 1983 Marine barracks bombing in Beirut and the 1994 Amia Jewish Community Center bombing in Buenos Aires, Argentina. Until 9/11, Hezbollah had killed more Americans than any other terrorist group, and today it maintains an arsenal of 150,000 rockets aimed at Israel. In recent weeks, Hezbollah has fired upon Israel, threatening to open up a second front in the war along Israel's northern border, risking a wider regional confrontation and putting civilians in Lebanon at risk. Given these facts, it is incomprehensible that any EU member state can credibly assert any distinction between Hezbollah's so-called military and political wings. The truth is, there is one unified Hezbollah, and it is dedicated to carrying out terrorist activities around the world. That's why this bipartisan resolution calls on our partners in the EU to take a stronger stand against worldwide terrorism by designating Hezbollah as a whole as a terrorist organization. We must continue to keep pressure on Hezbollah, Hamas, and all other terrorist groups that threaten the United States and our ally Israel, that undermine peace, security, and stability throughout the region and around the world. Mr. Speaker, I urge this support for this bipartisan measure, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Illinois reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Reserve the right to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, HRES 599 is critical for making sure our friends and allies in Europe join us in pushing back against Hezbollah and making sure it no longer can pose a threat to Lebanon, Israel, and the people of the region. I urge my colleagues to support this measure, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, every day that passes risks further escalation from Hezbollah on Israel's northern border. We must not allow Hezbollah to continue to present the illusion that its political and military wings are distinct. The EU must designate Hezbollah in its entirety as a terrorist organization to permanently dispense with this fiction. I urge all of my colleagues to join me in supporting this resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 599? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3266.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3266, a bill to require the Secretary of State to submit annual reports reviewing the curriculum used by the Palestinian Authority and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Schneider, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 3266, the Peace and Tolerance in Palestinian Education Act. I want to thank my colleague, Mr. Sherman, for introducing this important legislation to prevent the spread of anti-Israel and anti-Semitic hatred. We have known for decades that Palestinian children are taught from a young age to hate Israel and the Jewish people. Despite robust international discussion about these concerns, reports by non-governmental organizations continue to show that Palestinian school children are being indoctrinated with deeply disturbing, violent imagery. For example, a review of the textbooks used in Palestinian schools in 2020 and 2021 showed that children are taught to read with passages that describe suicide bombings and gruesome murders of IDF soldiers, to do math using numbers of martyrs and jihadists, and to learn history by asking them to discuss how the USA took advantage of the 9/11 attacks. These textbooks propagate the lie that the Jewish people control the media and politics and explicitly refer to Jews as enemies of Islam in all times and places. Children are taught to glorify the founders of the jihad movement and learn that jihad is a private obligation for every Muslim. We will never arrive at a peaceful solution for Israelis and Palestinians as long as Palestinian children are being taught hatred in textbooks. Look at the brutal attack that over 2,500 Hamas terrorists carried out against Israel on October 7th. Why else would Hamas terrorists call home bragging that they murdered Jews? Why else would they live stream their barbaric attacks? That disgusting and gruesome cruelty is possible because these Hamas fighters were indoctrinated with hatred at a young age. They were taught to glorify terrorism and other so-called martyrs who killed Jewish people. And this must end. The Peace and Tolerance in Palestinian Education Act takes a first step to firmly establish Congress's position that the Palestinian Authority has not sufficiently eliminated insightful and violent content from their educational curricula. It also requires the State Department to report to Congress on educational materials used in schools run by the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank, Hamas in the Gaza Strip, and UNRWA. A United States government assessment of the content of these educational materials will carry tremendous weight in international efforts to eliminate hateful content and promote peace. Since Hamas's attack, we have seen an appalling number of anti-Semitic and anti-Israel riots around the world and right here at home. I have condemned these in the strongest terms and continue to speak out when they occur, and I've encouraged my colleagues to do the same. And it's why earlier this year I introduced legislation to combat the rise in anti-Semitism on college campuses, the Stop Anti-Semitism on College Campuses Act, which would defund institutions of higher learning that allow and promote and sanction anti-Semitic events on their campuses. And it's why just last week, Josh Gottheimer and I introduced the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act, which would amend the education law to require the Department of Education to use the IRA definition of anti-Semitism on its enforcement actions of discrimination laws. The commitment we made after the Holocaust, never again, is being put to the test. We have a responsibility to prevent the teaching of anti-Semitism, not just here in the United States, but around the globe. And this bipartisan bill uses the tools available to the United States government to do just that. And I urge my colleagues to join me in support of this measure, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the United States and many of our allies have long been concerned about Palestinian textbooks that contain blatant anti-Semitic and anti-Zionist references that incite hatred and violence towards the Jewish people. In May, the European Parliament went so far as to pass a resolution condemning the Palestinian Authority over the hateful content, its textbooks, and conditioning future funding for education on the removal of that anti-Semitic material. The United Nations Relief and Works Agency, known as UNRWA, which administers many schools in the Gaza Strip and West Bank, is required by its mandate to use host country books. Let me say that again in another way. UNRWA does not write Palestinian textbooks. The Palestinians do, and UNRWA is required to use the host nation's book under its mandate. The bill before us tasks the Secretary of State to write a report to Congress that reviews the curriculum, including textbooks, leaflets, pamphlets, magazines, and other instructional materials used in UNRWA schools. This report will be important, and it will help both the Congress and the executive branch understand the full scope of the problems, work to improve these textbooks, and remove the content that is not only untrue, but leads to further violence and instability in the region. I would like to add one more important comment about UNRWA. Despite the issue related to the Palestinian Authority's textbooks we are discussing, at this moment, thousands of UNRWA employees, many of whom have years-long relationships with the U.S., remain in Gaza doing dangerous humanitarian work. Some have sadly lost their lives. Let's keep them in our mind as this conflict continues. But let's also keep in mind that Israel must defeat Hamas. I am proud to co-sponsor this legislation and ask my colleagues to vote in support of this important bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mast, Chairman of the Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on Oversight and Accountability.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Probably 3.
I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Florida,
3
Mr.
minutes.
Mast.
Thank you for yielding me the time. I want to speak specifically, as both sides have mentioned, what goes on in this education within these UNRWA/Palestinian Authority-run schools. People can find images of these. Nobody's going to be able to see them on a camera. But let's read them specifically. An example of a 4th grade Palestinian math problem. The number of martyrs in the First Intifada is 2,026 martyrs. And the number of martyrs in the Al-Aqsa Intifada is 5,050 martyrs. The number of martyrs in the 2 Intifadas is how many martyrs? Another example, 7th grade physics problem people can look at, and we could find many examples of this. This is on Newton's second law. During the first Palestinian uprising, Palestinian youths used slingshots to confront the soldiers of the Zionist occupation and defend themselves from their treacherous bullets. What's the relationship between the elongation of the slingshot's rubber and the tensile strength affecting it? That's their physics work. Another example. Again, Palestinian Authority-run schools in conjunction with the United Nations. A geography question. This one asks sixth graders, the borders of Palestine, which completely erase the existence of Israel. They're not interested in a two-state solution. I agree, I don't think a two-state solution is a good idea, but they're interested in a one-state solution in which no Israel exists at all. That's what's being taught in the schools, and that's what no U.S. taxpayer dollar should be sent to support it all. And that's the purpose of the request for the information on what's going on with this UN, United Nations funded education. Before I give back the remainder of my time, I just want to give this reminder that these are not Hamas-run schools. They're not Palestinian Islamic Jihad-run schools. They're not Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigade-run schools. They're not Lion's Den-run schools. They are Palestinian Authority-run schools. What we could consider the Palestinian government, right? The Palestinian government that at one point has been a majority of Hamas members in that government. This Palestinian Authority-run schools, this is their government teaching. It's the UN teachings. This is what the teachers, maybe not considered Hamas, but let's consider them rank-and-file Palestinians, are teaching the students. This is what the rank-and-file students across the area are learning. This is what their parents are seeing them taught. And I think this is what we're seeing be professed by extremists across Times Square, Harvard, Tulane, and other places, and I consider it extremely anti-Semitic and very dangerous. And in that, I yield back the remainder of my time. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am most pleased to yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from California, Representative Brad Sherman, a senior member of the Foreign Affairs Committee and, importantly, the author of this legislation.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Been working on this bill for a long time. I introduced it in the 116th Congress and the 117th Congress, and both times it passed unanimously in the Foreign Affairs Committee. And now, finally, in the 118th Congress, we have it to the floor. I want to thank Mr. Mast from Florida for being the Republican lead on this bill and speaking for it here on the floor. As I said, this bill passed unanimously now 3 times through our committee, and I hope it passes unanimously by voice vote here on the floor. But let us reflect on what has happened recently in Israel. Our Secretary of State, Tony Blinken, I think summarized it well in his testimony yesterday. Young people chased down and gunned down at a dance party. Children executed in front of their parents. Parents executed in front of their children. Families in final embrace burned alive. People beheaded. A family of 4, a boy and a girl of 6 and 8 years old, and their parents around the breakfast table. The father, his eye gouged out in front of his children. The mother's breasts cut off. The girl's foot amputated. The boy's finger was cut off before they were executed. And then the executioners sat down and had a meal. Or we hear from intercepted telephone call where a terrorist calls his mother and says gleefully, "I have killed 10 Jews with my own hands. I am using the dead Jewish woman's phone to call you now." How does such a horror occur? It occurs when generations are raised to hate, to kill, to behead, to murder. And it is a product of the schools that we have seen for decades on the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. I point to a particular fifth grade textbook which glorifies a terrorist who in 1978 went forward and killed 38 Israeli civilians, including 13 children, many of them pictured here. And this is who is glorified. This is who is held up to Palestinian children as the model for them to follow. We should not be surprised that there is therefore significant support for the Hamas doctrine, from the river to the sea, all Jews must be killed. That is their position. That is what holds their organization together. And I know the scenes that come now from Gaza are horrific. People say, let's stop the fighting. Let's have a ceasefire. Well, what would happen then? We don't have to wonder, because just today, Ghazi Hamad, a high-ranking official of Hamas, said exactly what would happen. He said, we will repeat October 7th 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times, as many times as it takes until Israel is annihilated. That's what happens if we have a ceasefire, unless we have the kind of ceasefire that we should have. One in which Hamas releases all the hostages and disarms. Then we can have a ceasefire. So, in the years to come, after the actions being taken in Gaza, we will again wonder, is another generation being educated to repeat these crimes in future years? So, how are these students educated? They're educated in schools run by UNRWA, the UN organization, and paid for, in large part, by the United States. While we have responsibilities around the world, the oil-rich Arab states contribute only a portion, a small portion, of what UNRWA spends. America contributes half and more than half. When we resumed funding for UNRWA in 2021, it was with the understanding that these schools would change, and we reached the 2021 framework for cooperation. So far, not so good. It appears as if the books continue. I'd ask the gentleman to yield one more minute.
I yield one more minute to the Speaker.
And so what this bill does is it requires a formal report to tell us what, unfortunately, I think we know informally, and that is education for terrorism has continued. With this formal report on its way, UNRWA will understand that what is happening in its schools will be exposed, and that the American Congress will not continue to fund them if they don't meet the responsibilities. Now, it is said that they have to rely on Palestinian Authority textbooks. No, they simply have to change their policy. So I look forward to meeting the humanitarian and educational needs of the Palestinian people in a way that builds toward peace, not in a way that holds out to Palestinian fifth graders as an example, someone who would kill 38 civilians, including 13 children. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Illinois.
I reserve my time.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Reserved to close.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from North Carolina, my good friend, Representative Kathy Manning, who is the vice-ranking member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my friend, Representative Brad Schneider, for yielding me time. I am proud to support H.R. 3266, the Peace and Tolerance in Palestinian Education Act, bipartisan legislation I co-sponsored and introduced by Representatives Brad Sherman and Brian Mast. Mr. Speaker, this bill is necessary because we continue to see the use of textbooks and other educational materials in schools run by the PA and UNRWA containing anti-Israel content, which perpetuates anti-Semitism, victimhood, and martyrdom, erases Israel from the map, and even glorifies violence and terrorism. Children in the West Bank and Gaza deserve the chance to learn without using textbooks that are biased, promote intolerance, and demonize or mischaracterize Israel. That is why this bill would require the State Department to investigate, report to Congress, and make publicly available important information about the content of the curriculum used in these schools. The PA and UNRWA have a responsibility to address and remove problematic content in textbooks that violates the UN's own principles of neutrality and tolerance. We know that no child is born to hate. They have to be carefully taught. Educational materials that teach them hate by demonizing Israel only make it harder to resolve the conflict and achieve lasting peace. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I urge all my colleagues to support this important bipartisan bill that I am proud to co-sponsor. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Illinois.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from New York.
Reserve the right to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois to close.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the
Gentleman's
purpose of
recognized.
closing. Mr. Speaker, my colleague, Mr. Sherman, made mention of the stated intent of the terrorists seeking to destroy Israel to try again and again. And I want to just share an email I got today talking about what's going on right now. And it says, among the IDF soldiers killed in Gaza yesterday, 8 were in a single armored personnel carrier that was hit by a rocket-propelled grenade. They were part of the Gvati Infantry Brigade. One of them, Second Lieutenant Pedaya Mark, lost his father in a terror attack on their family car near Otniel 7 years ago. Pedaya, 13 years old at the time, was injured along with his mother. His uncle was among those murdered in Kibbutz Be'eri on October 7th. The terrorists continue to attack and attack, oftentimes striking the same family. We need to make sure we change what the kids are learning. House Resolution 3266 is an important tool in our fight against the hatred and in support of peace in Palestinian education of the children. And let me add one more statistic. In the attack on October 7th, 20 children under 18 were orphaned. Both their parents were killed. 18 young people between the age of 18 and 25 lost both parents. 96 children under 18 lost one parent. I urge all my colleagues, every one of them, to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, we must continue to stand against anti-Semitism and anti-Israel bias. It is essential that we ensure children are not taught to hate, and this starts with the materials they learn in school. And the first step is passing the Bipartisan Peace and Tolerance in Palestinian Education Act to ensure we have transparent, valid, and authenticated information. And so I urge all of my colleagues to join me in support of this bill, and I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3266? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass Resolution H.R. 798, condemning the support of Hamas, Hezbollah, and other terrorist organizations at institutions of higher education, which may lead to the creation of a hostile environment for Jewish students, faculty, and staff as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 798, resolution condemning the support of Hamas, Hezbollah, and other terrorist organizations at institutions of higher education, which may lead to the creation of a hostile environment for Jewish students, faculty, and staff.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Owens, and the gentlelady from North Carolina, Mrs. Manning, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Utah.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent that all members have a 5-minute legislative days to revise and extend their remarks to include extraneous material on H.R. 798 as amended. The resolution now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I might consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
I rise today in support of H.R. 798, condemning the hateful acts of anti-Semitism spreading like wildfire across American college campuses. Last year, I made my first trip with a few of my colleagues to Israel, where we were welcomed by Jewish citizens of all backgrounds, Black, European, Russian, Arabian, and Palestinian. During a visit to a Jewish family's home near the Gaza border, I held a bomb fragment that had landed in their front yard. I saw the lifestyle where the norm was always being on edge. There were bomb shelters built on both ends of elementary soccer fields and at every bus stop. One of my colleagues asked our guests, "You live so close to people who literally hate you simply because of your religion and culture. Why do you stay?" Her answer stuck with me: "Because I love my country and this is our home." None of us could have imagined a little over a year later the pure evil that would visit that home. They never knew how vulnerable they were from satanic barbarism. Those who would film, call home, and boast of the torture and death they rained down on innocent, defenseless men, women, and children. What does evil look like? The German Nazis attempted to hide their acts. These Nazis have posted their acts on social media for the world to see and to remember. A pregnant mother shot in the face, her baby cut from her womb and then beheaded. A female raped with such evil ferocity that her pelvis was broken. She was then murdered. Grandmothers, children, and babies huddled together and then burned alive. A young 20-year-old young woman shown half-naked and unconscious as she was paraded through the streets of Gaza, tortured and desecrated by these cowardly devils. She was later found beheaded. Within hours, 1,400 innocent, defenseless men and women, children in their bedrooms, teenagers celebrating peace at a music festival, were murdered without mercy. And what was the response on American campuses? At Cornell University, a professor called the Hamas attacks exhilarating and energizing. At George Washington University, less than 4 miles from where I stand, students projected the phrases "from the river to the sea" and "glory to our martyrs" on the side of Gilman Library, a building named after a Jewish alumni. These phrases are explicit anti-Semitic call for violent eradication of Jews in the state of Israel. At Cooper Union, Jewish students were forced to lock themselves in the library to avoid a rabid mob chanting murder to the Jews. These hate-filled college students have no shame and no fear. Imagine accountability they would face if they were chanting murder to the blacks or murder the trans. As this mob pounded on the front door of the building, the Jewish students were quietly ushered out the back door. This is America, 2023, not 1960. No students, regardless of race, creed, color, or religion, should ever have to use the back door of a campus library out of fear of their safety. Not now, not ever in the United States of America. I stand today to strongly condemn the pure evil of Hamas and affirm Israel as our greatest ally in the Middle East and proclaim our unwavering support as they assert their right to self-defense. With that, I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 798, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in strong support of this resolution. I want to thank my colleague, Representative Burgess Owens, for sponsoring this resolution condemning support for terrorism and anti-Semitism on college campuses. Anti-Semitism is a persistent, shape-shifting hatred that is an affront to our values as Americans. It should be condemned by all. It has no place on college campuses and universities or in our society. I am committed to countering anti-Semitism in all its forms. As a co-chair of the House Bipartisan Task Force for Combating Anti-Semitism and as a member of the Education and the Workforce Committee. Tragically, anti-Semitism is on the rise across the United States and around the world. We have witnessed a particularly disturbing increase in anti-Semitic incidents at colleges and universities. According to the Anti-Defamation League, anti-Semitic incidents on college and university campuses increased by 40% from 2021 to 2022. Since the horrific terrorist attacks by Hamas against Israel on October 7th, we have witnessed an even greater increase in incidents and threats targeting Jewish students across the country. By some accounts, a 400% increase. Students at Cooper Union were barricaded inside a library building. Shocking anti-Israel messages were projected onto a building at George Washington University. And just yesterday, a Cornell University student was arrested and charged for posting horrifying threats online targeting Jewish students on campus and threatening to shoot up the kosher dining hall and calling for Jewish students to be eliminated. It is also deeply disturbing to witness student-led demonstrations and rallies excusing and glorifying the terrorism or expressly sympathizing foreign terrorist organizations like Hamas and Hezbollah, groups whose driving ideology is anti-Semitic, which are dedicated to the destruction of Israel. College and university leaders have a moral responsibility to make clear that they reject hatred, violence, and anti-Semitism, to hold those responsible for these acts accountable, and to prevent a hostile and intimidating environment for Jewish students, faculty, and staff. I am grateful for the Biden administration's commitment to fully enforce federal civil rights law prohibiting anti-Semitic discrimination and to take steps, including those outlined in the U.S. National Strategy to Counter Anti-Semitism, to combat the rise of anti-Semitism in higher education. Congress should also make clear that we condemn terrorism, anti-Semitism, and violence, and that we remain committed to protecting all students. Madam Speaker, colleges and universities are places where students learn from one another and where they decide who they want to become in life. We can respect and uphold Americans' free speech and First Amendment rights without tolerating discrimination and hate. No matter what your opinion is on foreign policy or any other issue, it does not excuse or give anyone license to engage in hate against any group. When anti-Semitism and bias against Jews takes hold on campus, it deprives students of their equal right to an education, and it harms everyone in the campus community. That is why I am proud to support this resolution condemning support for terrorism and anti-Semitism on campuses and calling for protections against hate targeting Jews, just as we should for all Americans of any background who are facing increased threats. I encourage all my colleagues to support this resolution, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Utah is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2.5 minutes to Chairwoman from North Carolina, Dr. Fox.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and I thank my colleague for yielding. I rise today in support of HRES 798, a resolution condemning anti-Semitism on college campuses and encouraging campus leaders to speak out in support of their Jewish students, faculty, and guests. One word that comes to mind is regression. The extreme rhetoric on college campuses is, sadly, yet another chapter in the troubled history between Jewish students and American universities. It started with quotas. In 1922, Harvard President Abbott Lowell proposed a cap on the number of Jewish enrollees each year. Many other universities adopted similar policies. Out of Jewish quotas, alternative Jewish education opportunities were born. In 1948, Brandeis University was founded. It was named after Lowell's great enemy, the first Jewish Supreme Court Justice, Louis Brandeis. The initial 107-student class at Brandeis was overwhelmingly Jewish and just 12 miles down the road from Cambridge. It stood as a stark reminder of ethnic discrimination. The world progressed greatly in the post-war period, but the events of the past month have ripped open a wound in American post-secondary education that had been festering. There's no better example than modern Harvard. The Coalition Student Group letter from Harvard was the first anti-Semitic demonstration on campus to make the news after Hamas's October 7 attack, hearkening back to Harvard's Jewish quotas. Harvard is a bellwether, for better or for worse. HRES 798 condemns the support of terrorists and condemns anti-Semitic behavior. I thank Representative Owens for putting this important resolution forward, and I pray that it's a step towards reversing the abhorrent behavior that has taken over college campuses. We must throw anti-Semitism into the dustbin of history where it belongs. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Utah is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Utah is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Michigan, Dr. Tim Walbert.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in strong support of HRES 798. On October 7th, Hamas carried out the largest attack on the Jewish people since the Holocaust. Women were brutally raped and murdered, babies brutally murdered and decapitated, innocent civilians abducted, tortured, and murdered. In the aftermath of, we've seen despicable acts of anti-Semitism and support for the terrorists across college campuses in this country. Students organizing protests calling for, quote, armed confrontation with oppressors, and using imagery reflecting the Hamas terrorists paragliding into the music festival in Israel. Vile chants calling for the elimination of Jewish people in the state of Israel. Professors asking Jewish students to identify themselves and stand in the corner of a classroom, and projections onto the campus building saying, glory to our martyrs, referring to the Hamas terrorists. These are despicable actions, and they've created a hostile environment for many Jewish students across our country. This is wholly unacceptable and not free speech. Jewish students deserve to know they are safe on campus, and colleges and universities have a legal and moral obligation to foster an environment free from vile anti-Semitic discrimination. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Utah is recognized.
I reserve.
I reserve. The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from North Carolina reserves.
Okay. Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Rick Allen.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I thank the gentleman from Utah. And Madam Speaker, I rise today as co-sponsor of HRES 798, a resolution that demands Congress take immediate attention and action in condemning the recent surge of support for Hamas, Hezbollah, and other terrorist organizations at American universities. Let's be clear. The targets of Hamas on October 7th were not Israeli military installations. The targets were innocent men, women, and children. It was demonic and barbaric. What are we seeing on our college campuses? This is just not a cause for concern. It's an outrageous affront to the principles of peace, tolerance, and safety that our educational institutions espouse. From the explicit endorsements of violence to the vile targeting of Jewish students, we are witnessing a blatant disregard for the well-being and security of young people. This is not a matter of political correctness. It's a matter of ensuring the safety and dignity of every individual on our college campuses. The incidents outlined in this resolution are occurring across the nation and threaten the very fabric of our educational institutions. From student organizations calling on fellow students to demonstrate with armed confrontation, to school administrators failing to clearly speak out. It's time to take a stand to safeguard the well-being of our students and to uphold the principles that our nation was founded on and holds dear. Could I have 30 more seconds?
30 seconds.
Thank you.
I implore my colleagues to join me in supporting HRES 798. We must send a resounding message that we will not tolerate the spread of hatred within the halls of our universities. And with that, I yield back.
Madam Speaker, I yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Bob Good.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of my friend from Utah's resolution that denounces terrorism and anti-Semitism at universities across this country. The world watched in horror on October 7 when Hamas launched their unprovoked and brutal terrorist attack on Israel, causing the greatest single-day loss of Jewish life since the Holocaust. I join the overwhelming majority of Americans in immediately expressing unwavering support for Israel, but sadly, we've also seen an outbreak of support for the perpetrators of terror, Hamas and Hezbollah, on our college campuses. What are we teaching college students on these campuses? What kind of professors are doing this teaching? In my own district, the Students for Justice in Palestine at the University of Virginia issued a statement that the violence against Israel makes them hopeful for the future of Palestine, implying that Israel was somehow deserving of the atrocities committed against them. Free speech is protected in this country, but it cannot be used to support terrorist actions. To the University of Virginia's credit, the president issued a statement clearly condemning Hamas, but many other university administrators were not as definitive in their responses. But this resolution challenges college administrators to condemn anti-Semitism and focus on education rather than liberal indoctrination. I'm proud to sponsor this resolution, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Utah is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield a minute and a half to the gentlewoman from Indiana.
Actually, I think the gentleman suspends.
Okay.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Utah is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Indiana, Representative Aaron Hutchins.
The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With regard to Israel, the mask has finally come off the woke left, whose center of gravity, sadly, is situated in American universities. Following the barbaric attacks on Israel by Hamas, student groups at universities across the country demonstrated support for the terrorists. Let me pause to say that again. Demonstrations are happening at universities across the United States in support of terrorists. A student group at my alma mater, the George Washington University, called for the destruction of Israel and the Jewish people. The liberal ideology is emanating from our universities and spreading throughout our corporations and tainting the worldview of the next generation of Americans. This is dangerous and must be rejected. That's why I'm an original sponsor of Representative Owen's resolution condemning the support of terrorists at our institutions of higher education. I urge all Americans to join me and my colleagues in stating in no uncertain terms that we support our Jewish students and affirm the statehood of Israel and the right of her people to live and to thrive. I urge my colleagues to support HRES 739, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Utah is recognized.
Thank you, my friend. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Utah is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to gentleman from California, Representative Kevin Kiley.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Earlier this year, I drafted a resolution condemning anti-Semitism on our college campuses. There had been a deeply disturbing rise in anti-Semitic incidents on campuses in California and across the country, and also a totally inadequate response by university faculty and administration, who were unable or unwilling to condemn this activity, and sometimes it happened with their tacit or even outright support of individual faculty members. This has been a growing problem on university campuses. Just a few years ago, a task force of faculty, university faculty in California, was tasked with preparing an ethnic studies curriculum for high schools. What they produced was a deeply anti-Semitic document that Gavin Newsom condemned, saying that it was offensive in so many ways and would never see the light of day, and that the California Legislative Jewish Caucus said echoed the propaganda of the Nazi regime. But in spite of all of this, nothing could have prepared us for what has happened in the aftermath of Hamas's terrorist attack on the state of Israel. Nothing could have prepared us for the failure of moral leadership, where you have university faculty and administration, which have been all too willing to wade into every political controversy of the day with clearly defined views, have been unable to render the most straightforward of moral judgments, to condemn in clear language an assault, an attack on innocent men, women, children, and babies, an attack on Israel's very right to exist. And many student groups taking their cue have now targeted Jewish students, and Jewish students are feeling unsafe on our campuses. Larry Summers, who is the former president of Harvard and a high-ranking Obama official, said this on October 9th. In my nearly 50 years of Harvard affiliation, I have never been as disillusioned and alienated as I am today. The silence from Harvard's leadership so far, coupled with a vocal and widely reported student group statement blaming Israel solely, has allowed Harvard to appear at best neutral towards acts of terror against the Jewish state of Israel. Instead, Harvard is being defined by the morally unconscionable statement apparently coming from 24 student groups blaming all the violence on Israel. I am sickened, he said. So today's resolution, which is joining mine with one offered by Representative Owens, is providing the moral leadership that many of our universities have failed to provide. It condemns the support of Hamas, Hezbollah, and other terrorist organizations at institutions of higher education, which may lead to the creation of a hostile environment for Jewish students, faculty, and staff. It calls on campus administrators to condemn all forms of anti-Semitism on college campuses and to ensure Jewish faculty, students, and guests can exercise the same free speech rights as are guaranteed to all other faculty, students, and guests without intimidation. Madam Speaker, it is vitally important that this resolution pass and that it do so with strong bipartisan support. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Utah is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I acknowledge that my colleague is standing against anti-Semitism and that he introduced a measure to require the teaching of the Holocaust. I also introduced an amendment at that same hearing. My amendment would have prohibited the banning by schools and school districts of books about the Holocaust, because school districts across the country are banning books like The Diary of Anne Frank and the award-winning graphic novel Maus, because they find those books too disturbing. This is exactly what we should be talking about in our hearings, that we should be teaching students the history of the Holocaust using award-winning books, because these are perfect vehicles for making sure that students understand what has happened when anti-Semitism has been allowed to go unchallenged. I thank my colleague for raising this issue in today's setting and hope he will continue to support efforts to avoid the banning of books on the Holocaust. And I reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Utah is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my gentleman from Florida, Mr. Aaron Bean.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Speaker, as you know, the Holocaust ended in 1945, but tragically, the hatred behind it has not. We are all horrified by the surge in violent anti-Semitism taking place across America. Today, we're seeing the full force of Jewish contempt on our college and university campuses, and it has never been more hateful. Harassed, threatened, violently targeted just for being Jewish in 2023. It's unthinkable that students are unable to walk between classes to their dorms or the dining hall, but it's the reality for Jewish students on campus today. The history of the Holocaust warns us what can happen when hatred is met by silence. We cannot stand by while Jewish students feel threatened. It's more than a discussion, it's a call to action. Madam Speaker, today I stand before you to condemn these dangerous acts of anti-Semitism, and that's why I urge everybody to support Representative Owens and his resolution to condemn support for terrorist organizations on campuses across the nation. Anti-Semitism is not activism. It is hatred, pure and simple, and it has no place in America today. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman from Utah is recognized.
Thank you, my friend. Appreciate it. I reserve the right to close.
Okay. The gentleman is reserves and is ready to close. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
I'm prepared to close.
Wonderful. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing. For the past 2 weeks, I have been inundated with phone calls, emails, and texts from frantic parents and terrified students who have experienced online hate, taunting from their fellow students, exposure to swastikas on their dorm walls and doors, chants of death to Israel and Jews, seeing those words chalked on campus walkways, students who have sat through anti-Israel and anti-Semitic rants by professors who were supposed to be teaching them, not spreading anti-Israel propaganda. Rallies by students and others who are ignorant about the history of the Middle East and ignorant about the 2,000-year history of anti-Semitism. Our education system is failing us, and we are seeing it come alive on our college campuses. And we are seeing that failure at some of the most illustrious institutions in my state of North Carolina and at my own alma mater in Cambridge, Massachusetts. We are seeing the failure of university presidents and university chancellors being able to take the simple step of condemning terrorism against Israel, of condemning the gruesome attack by Hamas on innocent Israeli civilians and the taking of hostages, and the inability to simply call out and condemn anti-Semitism. And they do this under the guise of free speech. Madam Speaker, I am glad that members of Congress on both sides of the aisle are committed to standing strong against terrorism, anti-Semitism, and all forms of hate on college campuses. This is critical. This is an important and timely resolution that seeks to call out a deeply disturbing pattern of support for terrorism and anti-Semitism that we have been seeing on all too many college campuses in recent weeks. I am appalled by the inability of our institutions of higher education to be able to stand up for what is right and to take on the initiative to use these incidents as a teaching opportunity. After all, what are our colleges and universities for if they are unable to use this opportunity to teach about what is right and what is accurate? I ask all my colleagues to join me in voting in support of this resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina yields. The gentleman from Utah is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In concluding this discussion, I have 5 words for American colleges. You reap what you sow. After failing miserably to condemn student support for terrorism on your campuses, Jewish students are now living in fear. The vile anti-Semitic protests of your students educated on your campuses have brought to light what for decades have thrived in the dark. Many American universities are fundamentally adrift. Instead of an environment of enlightenment and one that unites diverse ideas, they have become incubators of hate. They call for inclusion, yet exclude the Jewish people. They call for neutrality, yet stoke the flames of cultural wars that have brought us here. Deep in humanities department, seeds of bigotry have taken root. The poison fruits of a sanctioned ideology are now ripe for all to see. At the Committee of Education Workforce, we will call out rotten ideologies where we find them. At this moment, though, we must offer the clearest terms the condemnation of Hamas, brutality, and violence. Now is the time for Congress to shine as an example of moral clarity, both at home and abroad. With that, I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 798 and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 798? Those as amended. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended. For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah rise?
Madam Speaker, on that, I demand the yeas and the nays.
Okay.
All right.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Thank you. Pardon me? The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, Section 202D of the National Emergencies Act, 50 United States Code 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency with respect to the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction declared in Executive Order 12938 of November 14, 1994, is to continue in effect beyond November 14, 2023. Signed, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., the White House, November 1st, 2023.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. Pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on October 30th, 2023, at 3:20 p.m., that the Senate passed Senate 1170. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Acting Clerk of the House.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nevada seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have the appropriate time to consider House Resolution 4364 for consideration before the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill. Does the gentleman call up House Resolution pursuant to House Resolution 756?
Yes, ma'am, I do. Thank you for that assistance.
Thank you. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 92, H.R. 4364, a bill making appropriations for the legislative branch for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 756, the amendment printed in Part C of House Report 118 to 242 is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. The gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Amadei, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Aspelé, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Nevada.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R.
4364.
The one the clerk just reported, Madam Speaker.
4364.
Correct. And that I may include tabular material on same.
Without objection.
Madam Chair, I yield myself as much time as I shall consume. The legislative branch bill, Madam Chair, is what we do to ourselves. We don't need the President's budget. This is what the House, in its wisdom, does for spending with respect to the House accounts and also some accounts we share with the Senate. Capitol Police, Congressional Budget Office, other agencies like that. So, as we look at what we're doing here in the context of this appropriation seasons, the amount of money that's spent on this represents about a 4.7% cut from the previous budget year for purposes of ledge branch. Gets a little bit less when you add the Senate's in, but the House has done its job in terms of leading by example. Now, you may say, how have you done your job? Let me tell you this. What we have done with respect to members' office budgets, committee budgets, and some of the support functions, for instance, in the Library of Congress, the Congressional Budget Office, and the General Accounting Office, we have left those accounts at or near what their previous levels were. Some of them enjoy modest increases, but if you care about constituent services, if you care about doing a good job of being able to hold the Senate's feet to the fire, the White House's feet to the fire, or the people on the other side of the aisle's feet to the fire, you need resources to do that. The time has never been more important than it is now for us to be able to do our jobs in a way that is appropriate for the challenges that confront our country. And with that, Madam Chair, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Nevada reserves. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. Today I rise in opposition to H.R. 4364, the Legislative Branch Appropriations Act of 2024. But first, let me thank Mr. Amadei for his efforts, and of course, my Democratic staffers, Faye Cobb, Monica Garay, and Rachel Spencer, as well as our Republican staffers, Michelle Reinschuttel and Jacqueline Ripken, for their tireless contributions to this subcommittee. As the chairman indicated, the bill before us today includes $5.3 billion in discretionary appropriations to fund the offices of the House of Representatives and joint legislative branch items. It also has a decrease of 4.7% from fiscal year 2023 enacted House level and a 2.4% decrease in total allocations, including Senate items. This bill merely keeps the lights on, but it could and should have done so much better. Unfortunately, extreme MAGA culture provisions have haunted all 12 of our House appropriations bill, and of course, ledge branch was not spared. This bill too contains provisions that harm the division of equity and inclusion and the LGBTQ+ community. Moreover, this bill does not allow legislative branch agencies to employ individuals under the Deferred Action of Childhood Arrivals program, the DACA program. Young kids that are capable, they've contributed to this nation, and all they're missing is a piece of paper, but they are Americans in every word you can imagine. This bill eliminates funding for diversity, inclusion, equity, training programs, and programs implementation, including our very own House of Office Diversity and Inclusion, which Republicans have benefited from. All of us have benefited from the efforts of diversity and inclusion, more women in our staff, greater diversity, greater life experiences. I think that makes this House stronger, yet this bill eliminates funding for that. This House and the many agencies that make up the entire legislative branch of government should make every effort possible to be relative and reflective and considerate of all the people that exist in our great nation and the many districts that our members represent. This bill does nothing to facilitate the use of funds for collective bargaining rights to congressional staffers. Our staffers should be able to do that. This bill removes a provision to eliminate or reduce plastic waste across the legislative branch of government, further contributing to the impacts of climate change. We're here at the center of government and we should be fighting climate change. We're not reducing the use of plastic. After the attack on January 6th, the attack on 2 congressional staffers in their Virginia district offices, and numerous threats, Mr. Speaker, to our cybersecurity, I feel strongly that our staff deserves to have a safe place to work, and our visitors deserve to even have a safer place to visit and receive our services. However, in my opinion, this bill misses opportunities to further invest in and enhance our physical and cyber security posture. Our men and women who work hard every day to secure this campus deserve to have the best equipment, tools, and state-of-the-art technology, resources that are readily available to them. Securing this campus, both physically and virtually, has always been a priority of this subcommittee. Various requests from the Capitol Police and the Lech Branch cybersecurity offices have not been met. We must work to protect the campus that supports the governance of our democracy. The legislative branch should never be a place for divisive politics. This bill should be used to ensure that Congress has all the tools it needs to legislate and support the constituents we serve. It should be used to ensure we have a successful democracy through effective and responsible governance. The folks on the other side of the aisle are obsessed with cutting federal funding and eliminating programs that help to grow and diversify our country, as well as welcome everybody to the table, a big tent approach to government. Mr. Speaker, when I took the role as a ranking member of this subcommittee, I was looking forward to working with my colleagues on creating a bipartisan bill. Instead, this bill does not represent a collaboration between 2 parties. Instead, it includes provisions that have no place within the legislative branch appropriations bill and are hurtful to many Americans, including many of the staff that support this great institution. Extreme right-wing politics that were so focused on silencing the voices of many in this country turned around and silenced themselves. They created a situation where no one had a voice, rendering at times this body inoperable for many weeks. I don't agree with the divisive ideas and tactics. For these reasons, Mr. Speaker, I cannot support this bill. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Nevada is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was remiss in not saying thanks, so I will follow the lead of my esteemed ranking member and thank your staff, yourself, as well as my staff for the way we were able to conduct the committee's business, even though we disagreed on
many things. We weren't disagreeable about it, which some days is quite a unique thing in this business. So my hat's off to you and my thanks on the record for the help that everybody on both sides has done. I want to cover a couple areas just in the spirit that the committee worked. And so my colleague has mentioned the DACA program, which is frankly something that while we may have some disagreements about, overall, we may agree on more than we disagree. However, as the clerk has indicated, this is the ledge branch appropriations bill. When you're talking about issues that deal with immigration or the DACA program or anything else, that's the appropriate jurisdiction in most cases of the Judiciary Committee. And so the folks standing up on either side of you, Mr. Speaker, from that office, the parliamentarian, go through that drill where it's like, hey, is this appropriate jurisdiction for this bill? And we came to the conclusion that it wasn't. Doesn't mean that we disagree on a lot of that stuff, but nonetheless, you can't do that in the ledge branch bill. So we didn't. On the Office of Diversity and Inclusion, I'm not going to go through what happened in that office over the last few years. I'll just say this: it was created by rule in a previous Congress. In exercising our appropriate oversight authority in seeing how that money was spent, I'll just say that there was a sincere belief that that was not what was intended with that. And when we talk about retreats, gift cards for employees, office bling, and multiple other things, it's not that the mission isn't important, because it is, which is why the mission was preserved and moved under the supervision of the Chief Administrative Officer for the House. And an appropriate budget to do that work is fine. And there was part of a reorganization which puts them now under a different office, which is a subset of the Chief Administrative Officer for the House. However, to continue on in a largely unsupervised, autonomous role where the use of funds was not impressive, the committee thought that it was appropriate to maintain the mission, but change the structure for more supervision. Also, when we talk about staff security, my colleague, the ranking member, is absolutely right. It's a concern for everybody. And so what the committee has done was say, we don't want to just throw a bunch of money at it and say, go do good things security. We wanted to kind of have a plan. And so I will tell you this. Each office can designate one of their district offices for planning. My colleague's district is in the Big Apple downtown. Mine is a long ways away from there. One size doesn't fit all. So we wanted to be a little thoughtful about that. And that's why we deferred from just going in whole hog. You need to know that the Sergeant at Arms office will now provide cybersecurity. This was done after the committee adjourned. Will now provide cybersecurity support to offices that ask for them. And by the way, my figures indicate there are 364 members that have availed themselves of some form of funding through the Sergeant at Arms office for security for those offices. So, and I look forward to continuing that when we get plans that are appropriate for the settings that those district offices are in, so we can make a rational, well-based, intelligent decision on how to spend that money. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I would say while we may not be spending, we may not be in agreement of the amounts that we're spending on each one, but I don't know if there's a lot of disagreement on the mission. It's just how much emphasis it gets and how we use taxpayer dollars in a responsible manner to go ahead and pursue those goals. And with that, I would reserve.
Gentleman from non-reserves, gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Rochester, New York, the distinguished ranking member of the Committee of House Administration and a member of the Appropriations Committee, Mr. Morelli.
Thank you.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First to my colleagues on the Appropriations Subcommittee, Mr. Amedee, as well as my longtime dear friend, Mr. Espiat, thank you for your hard work. But I do rise in opposition to H.R. 4364 because it inadequately funds the legislative branch, which is the branch charged under Article 1 of the U.S. Constitution. This funds our responsibilities to it as members of the House of Representatives, and it underfunds dramatically the Capitol Police, drastically cuts funding to the architect of the Capitol, and guts the House Office of Diversity and Inclusion. And as my colleague has mentioned, I serve as the ranking member of the Committee on House Administration. I know firsthand how important it is that our House officers and congressional support agencies are adequately resourced. We all rely on our nonpartisan institutional partners, some of whom are in this chamber right now helping us carry out our constitutional obligations, keep us safe, provide subject matter expertise, and facilitate the legislative process. For that reason, I'm very disappointed this bill, which includes a nearly 5% cut to House and joint legislative branch items, inadequately funds many of these entities and the responsibility that they're required to carry out. For example, at a time in which the Capitol Police is experiencing an officer shortage crisis, this bill fails to fully fund the department's salaries appropriation request. How can we hope to attract qualified officers if we don't provide competitive salaries? How can we ensure officers are better trained if they're regularly forced to work overtime rather than attend training sessions? How do we improve officer morale if they need to work double shifts instead of going home to spend time with their families? The men and women of the Capitol Police have our backs. They have demonstrated that in the time of crisis in this chamber. We need to have theirs with more than just words. The bill would also cut funding for the architect of the Capitol by hundreds of millions of dollars and fail to meet the agency's budget request for the Capitol Police buildings, grounds, and security account. This would hinder the AOC's ability to fulfill all of its responsibilities, making Congress less secure, harming our national security, and putting members, staff, and our visiting constituents at risk during a time of heightened threats. Finally, I'm deeply frustrated. This bill includes culture war initiatives like eliminating the House Office of Diversity and Inclusion. The Office of Diversity and Inclusion was established based on a bipartisan, unanimous Modernization Committee recommendation. It provides important services for and works closely with offices on both sides of the aisle. In fact, since its inception in 2019, 225 Republican offices have utilized its services. It's astonishing that my majority colleagues are going to sabotage their own ability to recruit the best and brightest just to satisfy right-wing extremist grievances about diversity. For these reasons and more, I cannot support the bill. I urge that we do not adopt this bill. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from New York reserves or gentleman yields? Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Nevada is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess, since we're going to stay on it for a minute, I'll go ahead and stay on it. Nobody's opposed to diversity or inclusion. Here are some of the reasons why this office was focused on. This bill that you have before you, Mr. Speaker, is consistent with administrative restructuring to streamline human resource activities consistent with the House Committee on Administration. Bring the best person for the job in any agency or office under this bill is what we are trying to encourage. There are currently multiple staff support offices focused on human resources that can be reorganized and streamlined into one. The Chief Administrative Office, which is consumer-focused and is best suited to create a house-wide Office of Talent and Development. That's a new office that's created under this bill. That's the new office which, by the way, has the mission of the old ODI. ODI was created under House rules as its own office, but will be moving to the reproposed CAO to become a part of the new Office of Talent and Development. By this restructuring, we expect to increase accessibility to HR resources provided to House staff by creating a one-stop shop while also saving millions by streamlining duplicative efforts. Not only will the reorganization, make activities more efficient, but it will help in oversight. Now let's talk about the Capitol Police for a minute. Yes,
there were cuts in the requested budget for Capitol Police. Now let's talk about uniformed personnel. Let's talk about the Intelligence Division. Let's talk about what the Capitol Police do to protect our campus in our operations. Oh, by the way, that's leadership details as well. And so when we talk about all those functions, all of their uniformed officer positions have been fully funded. I'll say that again, fully funded. But now you want to know, it takes a while to recruit, vet, and train a Capitol Police officer. So it's not one of those things where you throw the switch and say, okay, we need 500 more, 600 more, so that we're at our full complement of, I think it's around 2,200. It takes a while to put them through, train them in the academy, so that before we turn them loose on the job for the ones you see, that they are fully trained, fully vetted, and ready to go. That takes time. Not a budget function. They were fully funded for that. We also maintain their intelligence functions, and we also maintain their protective detail functions. So there were cuts to the Capitol Police budget, but not in those areas. And I also would point out that some of the cuts were in funds that, quite frankly, they weren't able to spend in this cycle anyhow. So as we're looking for savings to do the best job in terms of budget responsibility, we also wanted to recognize the reality that if you can't spend it in this cycle, let's not keep it in this cycle. So, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. Speaker, I would just indicate to you that it's like those were not things that were in a MAGA rush to do this, that, or the other sort of thing. It was trying to be responsible with the ledge branch allocation that we have, which, by the way, is 0.4% of all spending. That doesn't mean that, oh, because it's that, we don't care about it, but it means we need to do our part too. And the part that you didn't hear is that MRAs were kept the same so members could keep doing their thing. Committee accounts, both sides were kept the same so members could keep doing those committees' work on both sides of the aisle. And frankly, in the context that we live in, we think it was a responsible way to lead by example. I reserve.
Gentleman from Nevada reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I think it's undeniable that during these uncertain times, particularly when we witnessed the regrettable incident in Virginia where staffers in one of our colleagues' district offices were hurt, and given the tension in the world, in our communities, in our cities, in our district offices, it requires greater investment in security for our constituents that visit on a regular basis our offices, for our staff that are the frontliners in what we do, and for ourselves. And I think that in many ways we are wide open and we require the kind of investment that we have not seen in this bill. Mr. Speaker, with that I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Connecticut, the distinguished ranking member of the Appropriations Committee, Ms. DeLauro.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman, and I rise in opposition to the House Republican 2024 Legislative Branch Funding Bill. This bill falls short of ensuring we can continue to grow a strong and a well-functioning legislative branch that is essential to our democracy. As an institution, we should be increasing our ability to serve our constituents, recruit and retain talented staff, and United States Capitol Police officers. We should not merely be treading water. This bill eliminates the Office of Diversity and Inclusion and does nothing to facilitate the use of funds for collective bargaining rights for congressional staffers. This bill also does not allow legislative branch agencies to employ individuals who are authorized for employment under the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals Act, DACA. You know, we made progress in the last Congress, but this bill will take us backwards. Ranking Member Espaillat said during the markup of this bill, but I believe it is a point that we should emphasize again today. We all have an obligation to make sure that our staff, whether they serve here in Washington, D.C., or if they serve in our home districts are safe. And I support my colleagues' efforts to increase funding to bolster that safety. This bill is not an appropriate venue for divisive and partisan language, especially the extreme and offensive culture wars riders that House Republicans have placed in each one of the appropriations bills that we have considered. We should be working together to ensure that the Congress is able to serve the American people, complete the people's business safely, securely, and efficiently, our political differences notwithstanding. Bipartisan, bicameral legislation is required to keep the government open, otherwise the president will not sign a bill. Bipartisan, bicameral legislation is required to fully fund the legislative branch. It is time for House Republicans to abandon a partisan path to nowhere and to join House Democrats at the negotiation table. We have wasted enough time. Let us move forward. We are here. We're ready to get to work for the American people. And for all of these reasons, I cannot support this bill, and I ask others not to support it, and I yield back.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Nevada is recognized.
We reserve, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from Nevada reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from the Buckeye State of Ohio, Miss Beatty.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise today in fierce opposition to H.R. 4364, and I thank the chairman, but specifically our ranking member, for allowing me to speak. This totally eliminates the funding for the House Office of Diversity and Inclusion. As former chair in the first ever House Financial Services Subcommittee Diversity and Inclusion chair, I have long been an ardent and vocal champion for diversity and inclusion. As stated in the 116th Congress, the House Office of D&I was created to cultivate a workplace at the United States House of Representatives that reflects the rich diversity of the districts and the constituents we represent. While I heard what the chairman says, the records do not reflect that in the Talent and Development Office. This office also helps place numerous diverse applicants into staff positions on Capitol Hill. It is critical because in a 2019 House Office study, it found that 70% of House employees at that time were white, demonstrating in statistical terms the stunning lack of diversity among House employees. The Republican effort to eradicate the $3 million in funding for this office is yet another short-sighted attempt to turn back the clock and to undo the hard-fought gains won by Congress, the People's House. Study after study shows the countless benefits of diversity and inclusion in the workplace. Most importantly, given the indisputable importance of the congressional staffers on the legislative staff, and the process has a direct effect on how the lives of millions of Americans, the constituents, our constituents that they work with in our different districts. For reference, Mr. Speaker, Speaker Johnson's district is almost 50-50 white to blacks and minorities. Former Speaker McCarthy's district is 50-50. California's 13th district is actually 66% of color. And I think when you look at that, it's very important for us to have staff who reflect that. Also, the chair of the Financial Services Committee.
The gentleman's time expired.
I have 30 more seconds. Recently, Speaker Pro Tem said that diversity and inclusion would be the top priority for his sixth chairman. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask that we reconsider this, and I yield back.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Nevada is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I inquire as to how much time is left on either side?
The gentleman from Nevada has 20 minutes remaining, and New York has 15.
All righty, I continue to reserve. Thank you.
The gentleman from Nevada reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise again to oppose this bill. This bill doesn't do enough. It just doesn't do enough to support critical investment for the future of the legislative branch of government, including critical enhancement to strengthen our physical and cybersecurity posture, or provide dedicated funding for the House Office of Diversity and Inclusion. In addition, I was shocked not to see bipartisan language that has been supported by both sides of the House for years to allow the legislative branch agencies to employ individuals under the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrival DACA program. Every member and staffer should feel safe as they serve the American people. Every office and committee in Congress should be able to benefit from the bipartisan work carried out by the House of Office of Diversity and Inclusion. And importantly, every member from every district across the nation should have access to every resource that will allow them to serve their constituency with the services that they need. This includes the ability to hire a staffer who represents the makeup of their district. That's fundamental in a democracy. This committee has a long tradition of protecting individual members' ability to operate their offices how they see fit, and employing individuals under the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals program should be no exception. For this reason, Mr. Speaker, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. If the House rule permitted, I will have offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment would include language that will permit funds in the Act to be used to employ individuals with an employment authorization document under the Deferred or Childhood Arrivals DACA program. I ask unanimous consent to insert this into the record, the text of this amendment.
Without objection.
I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Nevada is recognized.
I'll continue to reserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Nevada reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
In closing, let me repeat, Mr. Speaker, the legislative branch should never be a place for divisive politics. The legislative branch bill should be used to ensure Congress has the tools it needs to legislate and support the constituents we serve. It should be used to ensure we have successful democracy through effective and responsible governance. The Republicans, again, are obsessed with cutting federal funds and eliminating programs that help to grow and diversify our country. Passing these partisan bills will not help keep government open. It just will not make that happen. We should be really focused on keeping our government open and preventing a pending shutdown. The former speaker met with the president and had a handshake. Let's honor that handshake. Let's not cut to the bone and hurt the American people. I don't agree also with these divisive ideas and partisan tactics. I believe we can and should do much better. For these reasons, I cannot support this bill, Mr. Speaker. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
I recognize the gentleman from Nevada.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, there have been a few areas covered, and so I'll try to be brief. I want to thank my colleague from New York for his collegiality and professionalism in the way that we've gone through this process for this year, and look forward to working with him in the future. Architect of the Capitol, their top 10 projects were funded. I know there's been some discussion about it's like we didn't pick them, we asked them to pick them, and so they did. In these times when we're running deficits that are in the T neighborhood, not the B neighborhood, I don't think it's inappropriate to say, hey, we probably ought to look at some of the largest areas that we spend money on. When you look at the ledge branch allocation, that pie chart, biggest slice of the pie in the whole thing, other than running our offices and our committees and paying our employee benefits, is Architect of the Capitol. Give us your 10 top priorities. I don't think that's partisan. I think that's responsible fiscal management. So you can keep moving forward, but it's not like we don't have to eventually pay those bills. The Sergeant at Arms office, as I've indicated, and I won't spend a lot of time on it, is there and funded under this bill for cybersecurity and for one district office. If you've got multiple ones, that doesn't make you a bad person. It just means you have to submit a plan, and we have to talk about how we deal with one district versus another based upon the realities on the ground of making that district office secure. Maybe it's a panic button, maybe it's something else depending on that. I don't think it's irresponsible for Americans to expect the people who are responsible for spending their money to ask that we ask a few questions before we just say, go do what you think you need to and we'll figure out a way to pay for it. That won't work. DACA. You want to make an exception for the House of Representatives that isn't there for most other folks. We're not going to do it. We need to deal with DACA comprehensively, and we should. And I'll be there at the first meeting, the middle meeting, and the last meeting to deal with them. As a matter of fact, in previous Congresses, I've supported some DACA measures which, quite frankly, weren't in compliance with what some people think a good Republican ought to be doing or whatever, but it was trying to solve a problem. It does not solve the DACA problem by carving out a tiny exception for Congress to be able to pretend like the rules on DACA shouldn't apply to us just like they do everybody else. So that's why we're at where we're at. And finally, I hadn't wanted to do this, but since this is an appropriations subcommittee and we talk about money and we're worried about the Office of Diversity and Inclusion, let me tell you why it was decided to move it. Spent $15,000 on a staff retreat at the Salamander, a luxury resort in Middleburg, Virginia. Spent thousands of taxpayer dollars on customized swag, including windbreakers. Spent tens of thousands of dollars on partisan diversity events. We talked about not being partisan for Black History Month, Women's History Month, as well as $25,000 for racial equity group training. The office went over a year without a director as House Democrats failed to fill the position and even put one of their own staffers down there temporarily in an acting capacity while still serving as the assigned oversight staffer for House admin Democrats. A clear conflict of interest. Use taxpayer dollars to give away gift cards to staff for attending their programming spending that is not allowed in any other context, committee or personal office budgets, and which could raise ethics questions. So it's not like somebody wanted to be mean to somebody because they had a political disagreement. This is fiscal irresponsibility and needed to be addressed. So I will finish with this. We addressed the oversight problem, which appropriations does, but kept the mission intact in the chief administrative officer. And with that, I would hope that members would see their way clear to support this bill as a logical step for leading by example, but not basically handicapping us. And I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 756, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
Making appropriations for the legislative branch for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for the purposes.
Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 4364 is postponed. Got an upgrade. Talk about an upgrade. How are you? The lighting is going to be so much better off that dome.
So we'll take a look at this before we do it. And then,
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to a question of the privileges of the House and offer the resolution I previously noticed.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 773. Whereas George Anthony DeVolder Santos, known as George Santos, was elected to represent New York's 3rd Congressional District in the House of Representatives on November 8, 2022. Whereas after Election Day, it was revealed George Santos lied about a significant portion of his background, including his education and previous employment. Whereas George Santos has a long history of misrepresenting his and his family's connections to major events, including the Holocaust, September 11th terrorist attacks, and the Pulse nightclub shooting. Whereas on May 9, 2023, George Santos was indicted on 13 counts of wire fraud, money laundering, stealing public funds, and lying on federal financial disclosure forms to the House of Representatives. Whereas on federal grand jury indicted an aide to George Santos's campaign on charges of wire fraud and identity theft for defrauding potential donors by impersonating Speaker Kevin McCarthy's former chief of staff. Whereas on October 5, 2023, George Santos's former campaign treasurer pled guilty to falsifying campaign finance reports, including lying about a $500,000 loan that George Santos claimed to have donated to the campaign himself. Whereas on October 10, 2023, George Santos was federally charged with 10 additional criminal counts. Whereas the additional charges were serious in nature, including conspiracy to commit offenses against the United States, wire fraud, aggravated identity theft, access device fraud, false statements to the Federal Election Commission, and falsifying records to obstruct the commission. Whereas the indictment outlined a vast amount of evidence against Santos, including conversations he held with his former campaign treasurer, outlining plans to commit the fraud he is charged with. Whereas these charges indicate that George Santos engaged in serious financial fraud throughout his 2022 campaign for the House of Representatives. Whereas George Santos stole over $44,000 from donors by charging their credit cards without authorization. Whereas George Santos directly profited from his fraudulent actions, including transferring money to his own bank account to buy luxury items and pay off personal debts. Whereas George Santos engaged in election fraud throughout his 2022 campaign by deceiving voters regarding his biography, defrauding donors, and engaging in other illegal campaign behavior. And whereas as a result of these actions, George Santos is not fit to serve his constituents as a United States representative, now therefore be it resolved that pursuant to Article 1, Section 5, Clause 2 of the Constitution of the United States, Representative George Santos be, and he hereby is, expelled from the House of Representatives.
The resolution qualifies. Pursuant to Clause 2 of Rule 9, the gentleman from New York, Mr. D'Esposito, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Santos, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. D'Esposito.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like many of my colleagues on this floor, we were elected with a commitment to work on both sides of the aisle to represent our constituents and the American people. Unfortunately, we learned very early into Mr. Santos's term that he was elected under false pretenses, which made it clear that he cannot represent the great constituents of Nassau County and across this country. Since he was elected in November of 2022, we have learned about countless lies, deceptions, and 23 charges against Mr. Santos. It is in the best interest of the constituents of New York 3 and all Americans that he is expelled from the House of Representatives. The lies, the deceptions about September 11th terrorist attacks, his education, his work history, his faith, the fact that he was Jewish, claiming that his grandparents escaped the horrors of the Holocaust. We also saw that he pled to a crime in Brazil. I was one of the first members of Congress to call for his resignation, doing so in January. In May, I motioned for an expulsion resolution to be referred to the Ethics Committee, asking for a thorough an expedient investigation, and there were not yet 2/3 yes votes needed from this chamber for him to be expelled. Despite my desire to see Mr. Santos no longer serving in Congress, I believe that this would be the quickest way to rid him from the institution. And I thank that committee. They recently released a memo interviewing over 40 witnesses, reviewing over 170,000 pages of documents, doing their due diligence. Just weeks ago, Mr. Santos' former campaign treasurer pled guilty to falsifying campaign finance reports, including lying about a $500,000 loan that Mr. Santos claimed to have donated to the campaign himself. And days later, Mr. Santos was charged with an additional 10 criminal counts. These charges included conspiracy to commit offenses against the United States of America, aggravated identity theft, and the indictment outlined a vast amount of evidence against Mr. Santos. All you have to do is look at the lies and deceptions in the resolution and details of the indictments, multiple indictments, to see that Mr. Santos is a stain on this institution and not fit to serve his constituents in the House of Representatives. Over the last days, I've heard, Mr. Speaker, from many members saying that there is due process, that there is precedent. Well, I stand before you today, Mr. Speaker, in saying that if we're going to set a new precedent today, that we are against lying fraudsters coming to the House of Representatives, well, then I am all for that precedent. And I will add to that, Mr. Speaker, that many individuals have come to Washington, D.C. to rid us of the swamp. Well, today we have an opportunity to set new precedent and to remove someone from the House of Representatives that is not properly representing the people of New York's 3rd Congressional District. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Santos, is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York, Mr. D'Esposito, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from New York, Mr. LaLota.
Gentleman from New York, Mr. LaLota, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my good friend and fellow Long Islander, Mr. D'Esposito, for yielding me time to speak for my fellow New York colleagues for joining us this afternoon. New Yorkers from Queens and Nassau counties deserve better than George Santos, a total fraud and serial liar representing them in Congress. Each day that Mr. Santos is allowed to remain a member of Congress, my New York neighbors to the west are being denied real representation in these halls. That is because their representative is incapable of getting a bill passed, a project funded, or even sitting on a committee because he lacks the minimum amount of trust necessary of a member of Congress. Today, the best way to support my fellow New Yorkers and overcome George Santos's fraud is to expel George Santos from the House of Representatives. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Santos has said expelling him before he is formally charged and found guilty would create a new precedent in this body, one that could have negative consequences for generations. Respectfully, Mr. Speaker, I disagree. The consequences and precedents of not expelling him for his lies and fraud has the potential to do far more damage to this institution. I would submit today that we have an opportunity to set a new standard, a new precedent, that if a candidate for Congress makes his entire life up in order to defraud voters and donors, and subsequently those voters reasonably rely on that candidate's lies to elect him or her, that we, the House of Representatives, will exercise the authority given to us in the Constitution to expel that member. George Santos's lies are more widespread than even the most untrustworthy politicians, and these lies were necessary to get him elected. George Santos didn't just lie about his family business dealings like President Biden did. Santos lied about everything about his professional background, from his family's wealth to working for Goldman Sachs and Citigroup. Santos committed this fraud, this election fraud, to create an entire new persona that voters and donors could support. Santos's treasurer, his co-conspirator, recently pled guilty to their criminal conspiracy, which included faking a six-figure loan to the campaign to induce more contributions. George Santos didn't just lie about attending a school on full scholarship or finishing in the top half of his class like President Biden did. Rather, Santos went much further. To defraud voters and to swindle donors out of millions, George Santos lied about his entire education. Not that he graduated in a certain part of his class, not that he received a specific award. Those lies are reserved for other slimy politicians and are worthy of different kinds of rebuke, less than expulsion. George Santos lied about attending and graduating from Baruch College. Meanwhile, he never attended Baruch. He never took one class. The Fabulist even made up an entire fictional story about he was a star on the school's volleyball team. George Santos thinks that we're fools, Mr. Speaker. And George Santos didn't just lie about being at Ground Zero on the day after September 11th like President Biden did. George Santos went much further, saying that his mother was in the South Tower on 9/11 and escaped only to later die from 9/11 related illness. Santos lied about his association with 9/11 to win over Long Island families, families of cops and firefighters and other innocent people who died on 9/11 and whose hearts were ripped out that fateful day. He did it as part of a broader scheme to defraud voters and donors to get him elected to Congress. To further defraud voters and swindle donors out of millions, George Santos even lied about being Jewish. Like his lies about his association with 9/11, Santos lied about being Jewish as part of a calculated attempt to win over voters in the district that Santos is attempting to trick, who has a strong Jewish population. George Santos says the decision of whether he should remain in Congress should be left up to the people of New York's 3rd District. I would argue these New Yorkers were robbed of this opportunity when they were duped into voting for a fictitious candidate to represent them in Congress. George Santos has stated himself that he lied about several parts of his life, including his education and his mother dying on 9/11, and today 78% of his constituents support his expulsion from Congress. George Santos also falsely claims that his expulsion is barred by the Constitution's 5th and 14th Amendments due process clauses. Yet the due process clauses do not apply to House proceedings such as expulsions. Moreover, the Constitution more broadly affords the accused the knowledge of the accusation against them, the opportunity to be heard, the ability to confront his or her accuser, and to be afforded a speedy trial. And Mr. Speaker, as of today, each of those conditions has been met. Nothing in the Constitution gives George Santos the right to endlessly stall and to abuse his office to seek a more preferable conviction or a plea deal. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Santos's behavior has shown a consistent disregard for the principles of bipartisanship, servant leadership, good governance, and civil discourse. He has shown no interest in being a serious member of this chamber or to do the people's work. As a member of Congress, should be committed to the betterment of the nation and willing to compromise for the greater good. His actions and statement have demonstrated a concerning lack of this commitment. Mr. Speaker, let's get the people of New York's 3rd District some decent representation. Let's raise the bar here in the House of Representatives. Let's hold one of our own accountable. Let's expel George Santos. I yield.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Santos, is recognized. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president.
Mr. Chair, I yield 5 minutes to my colleague from New York, Mr. Goldman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Santos. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of this resolution to expel George Santos from Congress, as I did in May when I co-sponsored a similar expulsion resolution that the sponsors of today's resolution, my Republican colleagues from New York, did not support. I agree with everything that my Republican colleagues have said here today, but everything they have said here today was also true in May when they voted to protect George Santos. Has there been anything that has changed? Nothing about the numerous lies that Mr. Santos admitted himself to making in order to deceive his voters into electing him. Nothing about his status as an indicted criminal defendant. Yes, there has been a superseding indictment with more allegations of criminal conduct, but he is still presumed innocent until proven guilty, as my New York friends relied upon in May when they voted to protect George Santos from expulsion. Nothing has changed from the Ethics Committee, even though one of my colleagues from New York said that the Ethics Committee would expedite its investigation and release a report 60 days from the date of that May vote. Well, we are now 175 days since then, and there is no ethics report that would prompt a change of heart. One thing that has changed is that Mr. Santos's campaign treasurer pled guilty to fraud and admitted under oath that she conspired with Mr. Santos to fabricate a non-existent $500,000 loan to his campaign. But the resolution drafted by my friends from New York does not even mention that new fact. So what really has changed since May? Is it because we are learning revelations of connections between Mr. Santos and our other Republican colleagues from New York serving in this body? Maybe. But there is certainly one thing we know that is motivating this change of heart: the 2024 election. You see, I know that the people of New York care about integrity. They care that one of their Republican representatives is a liar and a fraud. They care about the fact that Mr. Santos has done nothing to serve his constituents, yet still provides a loyal and vital vote to the Republican Party. And George Santos hangs like an albatross around the necks of every single Republican from New York. They don't care anymore today about integrity or morality or the reputation of this institution than they did in May when they voted to protect Mr. Santos. They just care about their re-election in 1 year when they know that their support for George Santos is going to be a problem. Mr. Santos should be expelled from Congress today for the same reasons that he should have been expelled in May. He himself admitted to numerous lies that he made during the campaign to deceive the voters. He is only walking these halls and voting on this floor because of those lies. And now we have additional testimony that he conspired to commit fraud. Democrats will once again vote to expel someone who should never have had the honor of walking these halls and voting on legislation affecting the American people. The only question is whether Republicans care more about honor and integrity than they do about political power. I hope the answer is yes, but I fear the answer is no. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
I reserve. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York, Mr. D'Esposito, is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to recognize some of the comments from my colleague from New York, Mr. Goldman, when he asked what has changed. Well, what has changed is that there's an additional 13 indictments or 13 charges in an indictment with a campaign treasurer pleading guilty. What has changed is that when we had discussed this back in May, when he co-sponsored that legislation, I made it very clear that I was in support of it. But I also know how to count and realized that we did not have 2/3 of the House. And perhaps we won't this evening. But what I do know is that the Ethics Committee has been working hard as they issued a memo, as I referred to a few minutes ago, reviewing over 170,000 pages of documents, interviewing 40 witnesses, issuing subpoenas. So things have changed, and I find it very hard to take advice about serving constituents, Mr. Speaker, from a gentleman who has outright supported a rogue DA like Alvin Bragg in New York City, who has turned one of the greatest cities in this country into an outright disaster. Just ask your constituents. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to my good friend from New York, Mr. Lawler.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will say, listening to the sanctimoniousness of my colleague from New York is quite priceless. Talking about politics, this is a gentleman who couldn't even condemn the New York City DSA in an op-ed, and in fact was more upset that I introduced a resolution condemning them than the actions of those individuals within the New York City DSA that supported the Hamas terrorist attack on Israel. And that is precisely because of politics, because his district is one of the most progressive districts in America. He couldn't muster the courage to even condemn the New York City DSA. So save us your sanctimoniousness sitting over there with your smug look. Mr. Speaker, nobody wants to be in a situation where they are expelling a member of Congress. It is serious. And it comes with weight and gravity because that individual was elected by their constituents to serve and to represent their district. You don't expel a member for being a jerk. You don't expel a member for something they said. You expel a member for their conduct. The conduct of Mr. Santos has been embarrassing and unbecoming and unfit for public office. Lying about your background, lying about your life experiences, making up events that didn't occur in an effort to bamboozle voters into believing that you are the right person to represent them is wrong, fundamentally wrong. It's why all of us called for Mr. Santos to resign when this information came to light. The resolution that was brought about in May was referred to ethics for two reasons. Number one, there were not 2/3 of the vote to expel. And number two, you wanted to allow for a process to get more information that members could hang their hat on in a vote. That process is ongoing. We all would have liked to have seen it resolved more expeditiously than it has been. But given the voluminous amount of lies, it has taken time. What has changed since May is that you have a guilty plea by the treasurer who was involved in this scam, who has laid out precisely what happened. And you have a superseding indictment, 13 additional felony charges, outlining precisely what happened. And yes, Mr. Santos will get his day in court. But for the purposes of this body, we now have more than enough information from a court of law with the guilty plea of his treasurer to expel him from Congress. When you can sit with a straight face and say that you attended an institution like Baruch College or that you were a volleyball superstar and recite this on a nationally syndicated radio show, when you can make up the fact that your mother was in the Twin Towers on September 11th with not even an ounce of shame or remorse, you're unfit to serve. All of us, being from New York, remember that day precisely. I was in my 5th day of freshman year of high school. The number of my classmates whose parents were in the building, whose parents didn't come home. The number of first responders in each of our districts who still to today are dying from 9/11 related illnesses. This is not something you joke about, you lie about. It is unfit. So, we as members of this body, despite the political nonsense that just came out of my colleague's mouth from New York, we as members of this body have tried to allow for a process to take place, allow for a process in which the members of this body can be confident that Mr. Santos should be expelled from Congress. That process has been allowed to play out, both in the Ethics Committee and here today. And based on the conviction and guilty plea of his treasurer and the admission of the fraud that was perpetrated upon donors, upon the NRCC, upon former Speaker McCarthy's chief of staff, that is more than sufficient evidence and information to expel Mr. Santos from Congress. There is not enough time to go through the litany of lies that Mr. Santos has engaged in during his campaign and during his time in Congress, including just recently a claim that his 5-year-old niece was kidnapped by Chinese Communist Party spies. So all of us take seriously the oath that we took. All of us want to uphold the integrity of this institution. We are willing to take on a member of our party, not for political gain, not because we think this is fun, but because it's right. And I would ask my colleague from New York, name me one time you ever stood up to your party. You couldn't even muster the courage to denounce the New York City DSA. So we will do what's right. We have brought this resolution forward, and I encourage all of my colleagues to vote in favor of Mr. Santos' expulsion.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Santos, is recognized.
I continue to reserve, sir. I reserve.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from New York, Mr. D'Esposito, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves.
And I'm ready to close.
Gentleman from New York, Mr. D'Esposito, has the right to close.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Stand by. Gentleman will suspend. Gentleman from New York, Mr. Santos, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, efforts taken by other members in this body to act as judge, jury, and executioner are unconscionable and reckless to our Republican system of government and to the integrity of this body. I stand today to continue to prove my innocence of these allegations and charges leveled against me. I'd like to say I understand the point of view of my colleagues, but I don't. One can't say that they are pro-Constitution and at the same time act as judge, jury, and executioner. Where is the consistency, Mr. Speaker? The actions taken within this body are delicate, and consistency is essential. And now is not the time to set dangerous precedent. Consider this. The last time a member of Congress was expelled was in 2002, following a criminal conviction. In fact, both expulsions in the last 2 centuries took place after the defendants had been convicted. To my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I'd like to remind you that many of you are supporting another member of Congress who is under investigation and is the second time he is indicted. And even one who recently pleaded guilty to a crime. Rather than calling for their resignation, here we are. I must warn my colleagues that voting for expulsion at this point would circumvent the judicial system's right to due process that I am entitled to, and desanctify the long-held premise that one is presumed innocent until proven guilty. It is unconscionable to think that this body, who is at war with the DOJ over their politically motivated practices, would blindly accept their accusation against a member of another branch of government. We were each elected to Congress because our constituents supported our pledge to uphold the Constitution, protect their liberties, and put their needs first. We swore with our palms to the Bible to do so. This expulsion, unfortunately, is politically motivated by some members within this body. They believe that by attempting to expel me, they will garner political points, capitalize on political fundraising, and receive congratulations from those who do not approve of my voting record. During this Congress, we have seen the world set aflame, our allies attacked, recession looming, crime out of control, an unprecedented border crisis, and the diminishment of American power, prestige, and respect at home and around the globe. We should focus on solving these pressing issues that plague our nation and that affect our citizens every single day. Instead, we are prioritizing petty politics and undermining the integrity of our system of government, all for political cheap gains. Pettifog all you want, but you can never say I am not committed to serving my constituents of NY3. I have strived to build relationships and institutional acumen to represent and legislate for my people back home. Since I took office, over 1,100 cases of constituent works have been solved, key relationships with stakeholders in the district have been built, and a fresh voice of common sense and servant leadership has returned to New York. My office has no string attached to political parties and apparatuses back home, so I'm free to represent them openly here without the overlords of the GOP over my head in New York and Nassau County. My office has done instrumental work regarding passports, collaborating with state and local agencies, working with the Department of State throughout this ongoing Israel crisis for constituents overseas, and countless other requests. In addition, I'm proud to have 2 fully staffed district offices serving the constituents of New York's 3rd District, participating in the Service Academy nominations for dozens of exceptional candidates from Long Island and northeastern Queens, and being involved in the Congressional Art Competition. One of my highest honors of being in Congress was presenting a Purple Heart Medal to a World War I hero surviving family member after years of them attempting to garner this from my predecessor. I will never cease to honor those who have defended this republic and our homeland. From my involvement in assisting residents of New York 3 being held hostage by Hamas terrorists to my contributions in the effort to close the migrant shelter at the Creedmoor facility in Belrose, being a champion for the Merchant Marine Academy in Kings Point, and my resolve to clamp down on China's growing influence against American interests, there is one thing consistent and unwavering, and that is the dedication to self-service. This motivates me to work day in and day out on behalf of them and to represent their interests and value. I am proud to have one of the most conservative voting records in Congress, in the 118th Congress, and the most conservative voting record in New York's delegation. I will never apologize for voting in line with conservative principles and my district. Let us remember, our commitment to justice ensures that the presumption of innocence is upheld in all cases. I requested that my evaluation be based on the work I do in this body, and you granted me a reprieve earlier this year on the advice of former Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy. I'm asking the chamber to please uphold those same principles today. I hope that my colleagues come to their senses and recognize that perilous consequences of a trial by media is damaging. The loss of the presumption of innocence establishes a dangerous precedent that threatens the very foundation of our legal system, and we risk losing the trust that the American people have placed in us by passing judgment without due process. If we work together, we can protect the integrity of our system and the rights of all citizens. I'm fighting tooth and nail to clear my name in front of the entire world, Mr. Speaker. It hasn't been easy, but I'm fighting by God's grace. On a final note, as we wear these pins and stand within these chambers as elected members of Congress, we cannot speak out of both sides of our mouth, promising to uphold the principles of the Constitution while simultaneously trampling on the principles that underpin our fundamental rights granted by the Constitution is hypocrisy. I hope that the House will understand the scope of this vote and have the courage to do what is right, not what is politically expedient. I stand firmly in my innocence and my passion to represent the people of New York's 3rd District as the voters would have, if the voters would continue to have me. For it is it is their responsibility and their responsibility alone to elect or remove me from Congress. Mr. Speaker, thank you for allowing me to make my case directly to you, sir. For God, for country, for liberty. God bless the United States of America. I reserve.
Does the gentleman yield or reserve?
I'm sorry, I yield.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from New York is recognized, Mr. D'Esposito.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I first want to point out that constitutional due process doesn't apply here. We have the facts. They've been outlined over the last 10 months. And the facts are that Mr. Santos actually admitted to those lies and deceptions. He references the concern of this body and the fact that we, quote, may be losing trust. I want to let everyone in on a stark reminder. Coming from New York, New Yorkers don't agree on much of anything. But 78% of the individuals who live in the 3rd Congressional District do not want George Santos as their representative. So it seems to me that trust has already been lost. Like my colleagues mentioned, this is not something we want to do. In fact, I wasn't elected to Congress, and nor were my colleagues here from New York, to entertain issues like this. But while Mr. Santos referenced the work that needs to be done here in the 118th Congress, like fighting the out-of-control spending from the Biden administration, like holding him accountable for his lies and deception and failure to uphold the Constitution, like securing our southern border, like keeping our communities safe, like making this country energy independent. Yes, that is the work that we want to do. That is the work that our neighbors sent us here to do. But each time we attempt to do that work, we are sidetracked by yet another story involving George Santos. So you see, we are here today because we've heard all the facts. We know what is at stake. And yes, we understand that there is a precedent. But by God, if there is ever a time that the American people want to see a new standard, want to see a new precedent set on Capitol Hill, I think now's the time. They've watched over the last 3 or 4 weeks while we tried to find our new Speaker of the House. This government was on hold. We couldn't do the work of the American people. And you know what? They're looking at us, and they want us to be held to a higher standard. So that's why we are putting this resolution on the floor. Not because we want to, not for political points. This resolution would have been put forth by me whether I represent a bright red district or the brightest of blue districts. This is about doing the right thing. It's about putting this institution first, and it's about giving the people of the 3rd Congressional District the opportunity to be represented. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I thank you, and I yield.
The gentleman yields. Without objection, the previous question is ordered on the resolution. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the resolution is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
New York is recognized. Mr. D'Esposito.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. Pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on October 31, 2023 at 3:15 p.m. That the Senate passed Senate 1146. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Acting Clerk of the House.
Chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. This is to notify you formally, pursuant to Rule 8 of the Rules of the House of Representatives, that I, the Honorable Nancy Pelosi, Speaker Emerita and U.S. Representative for the 11th Congressional District of California, have been served with third-party subpoenas from the prosecution and the defendant to produce documents in a criminal case in United States District Court for the Northern District of California. After consultation with the Office of General Counsel, I have determined that compliance with the subpoenas is consistent with the privileges and rights of the House to the extent it requires production of non-privileged information. The responses to the subpoenas will be identical. Signed sincerely, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker Emerita.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to a question of the privileges of the House and offer the resolution that was previously noticed.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 829. Whereas in May 2019, Rashida Tlaib said that she celebrated the Holocaust and felt a calming feeling when thinking about the genocide of millions of Jews. Whereas in 2020, Rashida Tlaib retweeted an illustration with the caption, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free." And this Palestine Liberation Organization, PLO, slogan has been adopted by Hamas and calls for the elimination of Israel and the death of all Jews. Whereas in September 2022, Rashida Tlaib, as a member of the Congressional Progressive Caucus, displayed her disdain for Israel, saying, "You cannot claim to hold progressive values, yet back Israel's apartheid government." Whereas instead of denouncing the horrors of Hamas, slaughtering Israelis, and demanding the release of all hostages held by Hamas, Rashida Tlaib stated on October 8, 2023, "The path to the future must include lifting the blockade, ending the occupation, and dismantling the apartheid system that creates the suffocating, dehumanizing conditions that can lead to resistance." Whereas Rashida Tlaib exhibited her hatred for America by reposting a message on October 12, 2023, blaming America for allowing the deaths of Palestinian babies at the hands of Israel. Whereas Rashida Tlaib led an insurrection at the United States Capitol complex on October 18, 2023, which put members of Congress, their staffs, and Capitol visitors in danger by shutting down elevators, stairwells, and points of egress, while obstructing official business in both the House of Representatives and the Senate, including a Senate Foreign Affairs Committee hearing, whereas the insurrection led by Rashida Tlaib was organized by Jewish Voice for Peace, which the Anti-Defamation League calls a radical anti-Israel activist group that advocates for a complete economic, cultural, and academic boycott of the State of Israel, and that believes Israeli policies and actions are motivated by deeply rooted Jewish racial chauvinism and religious supremacism. Whereas members of the Southern Poverty Law Center, a far-left nonprofit organization, were present at the insurrection at the Capitol on October 18, 2023. Whereas several insurrectionists at the Capitol belong to a group messaging chat called Global Intifada, which is the Arabic word for rebellion or uprising, and refers to a series of protests and violent riots carried out by Palestinians in Israel during the last century. Whereas by leading an anti-American and anti-Semitic insurrection on October 18, 2023, Rashida Tlaib followed Hezbollah's orders to carry out a day of unprecedented anger following an explosion at a Gazan hospital, lying about Israelis' responsibility for the attacks, which United States intelligence agencies said was not perpetrated by Israel, and whereas members of Congress who denounced the United States while praising terrorist organizations are unfit to hold office, now therefore be it resolved that 1. Representative Rashida Tlaib be censured. 2. Representative Rashida Tlaib forthwith present herself in the well of the House of Representatives for the pronouncement of censure. And 3. Representative Rashida Tlaib be censured with the public reading of this resolution by the Speaker.
The resolution qualifies. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Ms. Clark of Massachusetts moves to lay the resolution on the table.
The question is on the motion offered by the gentlewoman from Massachusetts. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. It appears the noes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A significant number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. Now. On this vote, the yeas are 222, the nays 186. The motion is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The House will be in order. Okay. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. The motion to suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 559. The motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 340. The motion to recommit on H.R. 4364. Passage of H.R. 4364 and adoption of the House Resolution 773. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, these electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall, to suspend the rules and agree to H.Res. 559, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
House Resolution 559, resolution declaring it as the policy of the United States that a nuclear Islamic Republic of Iran is not acceptable.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to the resolution? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 354, the nays 53. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 340, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 340, a bill to impose sanctions with respect to foreign support for terrorist organizations, including Hamas and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 363, the nays are 46. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 4364 will now resume. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 92, H.R. 4364, a bill making appropriations for the legislative branch for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes.
Okay. Okay. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Please take your conversations off the floor. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. S. Payat of New York moves to recommit the bill, H.R. 4364, to the Committee on Appropriations.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. Though the question is on the motion, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A submission number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. The yeas are 201. The nays are 209. The motion is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill pursuant to Clause 10 of Rule 20. The yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. I know I'm getting gaveled.
On this vote, the yeas are 214, the nays are 197. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on an adoption of House Resolution 773, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 773, resolution providing for the expulsion of Representative George Santos from the House of Representatives.
The question is on adoption of the resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, on this vote, on this vote, the yeas are 179, the nays are 213, with 19 recorded as present. 2/3 not voting in the affirmative. The resolution is not adopted, and a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The House will be in order. For what purposes does the gentleman from Maine seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House.
Without objection. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Last Wednesday night, a terrible tragedy befell my hometown of Lewiston. The following is a reading from the daily devotional.
The gentleman will suspend. Members will take their conversations off the floor. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The following is a reading from the daily devotional, Streams in the Desert, from October 25. Hitherto have ye asked nothing in my name. Ask and you shall receive, that your joy may be full. John 16:24. During the Civil War, a man had an only son who enlisted in the armies of the Union. The father was a banker, and although he consented to his son's going, it seemed as if it would break his heart to let him go. He became deeply interested in the soldier boys, and whenever he saw a uniform, his heart went out as he thought of his own dear boy. He spent his time, neglected his business, gave his money to caring for the soldiers who came home invalid. His friends remonstrated with him, saying he had no right to neglect his business and spend so much time upon the soldiers, so he fully decided to give it all up. After he had come to this decision, there stepped into his bank one day a private soldier in a faded, worn uniform who showed in his face and hands the marks of the hospital. The poor fellow was fumbling in his pocket to get something or other when the banker saw him and, perceiving his purpose, said to him, "My dear fellow, I cannot do anything for you today. I'm extremely busy. You will have to go to your headquarters. The officers there will look after you." Still, the poor convalescent stood, not seeming to fully understand what was said to him. Still, he fumbled in his pockets and by drew out a scrap of paper on which there were a few lines written with a pencil and laid the soiled sheet before the banker. On it he found these words, "Dear Father, this is one of my comrades who was wounded in the last fight and has been in the hospital. Please receive him as myself, Charlie." In a moment, all the resolutions of indifference which this man made flew away. He took the boy to his palatial home, put him in Charlie's room, gave him Charlie's seat at the table, kept him until food and rest and love had brought him back to health, and then sent him back again to imperil his life for the flag. Now you will see what I will do. Exodus 6:1. Mr. Speaker, I ask for a moment of silence. Madam Speaker, I ask for a moment of silence, and with that I yield back.
you doing? The House will come to order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Speaker, I hereby remove myself as co-sponsor of the HRES 734.
The gentleman's request is granted.
Thank you.
For what purpose? The gentleman is recognized.
I ask for unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Without objection. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, it is with great regret and hopefully temporarily that I hereby remove my name as a co-sponsor of H.R. 61116.
The gentleman's request is granted. For what purpose does, of recognition does the gentleman from Florida seek?
Madam Speaker, I hereby remove my name as co-sponsor of H.R. 6116.
The gentleman's request is granted. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I hereby remove my name as co-sponsor of H.R. 6116.
Without objection, the gentleman's request is granted. Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I hereby remove my name as a co-sponsor of H.R. 2908.
The gentlewoman's request is granted.
Ready now? All right, the chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
So ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in remembrance of Patrick Leon Bennett, who passed away on July 28, 2023, at the age of 55. Patrick was born in Waycross, Georgia, and lived most of his life in Pierce County. He was known for being an endearing and funny person by many and a celebrated member of the Future Farmers of America. He was passionate for hunting, fishing, and coaching recreational football. Patrick was able to lead his teams to 3 state championships, 2 of which he won. Furthermore, Patrick was active in his teenage years in the FFA organization, including serving as chapter officer, a member of the 1985 state winter dairy judging team, 1986 state livestock judging team, and recipient of the Green Hand degree, chapter farmer degree, and Georgia planter degree. He will be remembered by his family and friends in his community, which he served well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Michigan, a gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I rise with others from the Michigan delegation and onward to recognize Samantha Wall, a former member of my staff, a member of the House of Representatives staff, and a passionate advocate who was taken from us on October 21st, 2023. It is important to me, as I know it is to my colleagues who knew her directly, that we honor the way Sam lived. From working in my very first congressional office to serving as the president of her synagogue in Detroit, Sam had profound faith, not just as a Jewish woman, but an abiding faith in humanity and a passion for interfaith relations, something that right now is more than ever important to our country. In closing, I ask my colleagues for a moment of silence for Sam, for her family, for her community, for our state, and send my deepest condolences to her loved ones in Michigan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I stand to applaud the Clinton County Solid Waste Authority and their Wayne Township landfill, which has been an essential contributor to our community for half a century. Originally permitted in 1973 and developed in 1990, this landfill now boasts a state-of-the-art Subtitle D facility and recently received approval for a 75-acre expansion, providing additional 23 years of disposal capacity. The Wayne Township landfill is not just a waste management site, it's a beacon of responsible waste disposal, recycling, and community preservation. They are dedicated to ensuring the quality and longevity of Clinton County. This remarkable institution has been a substantial force for good in our community, providing financial support to local fire companies, offering scholarships, and reducing tipping fees to ease the burden on our citizens. They actively participate in environmental conservation, contribute to local sports, educational programs, and community events, and have displayed a crucial role in industrial park expansion and flood cleanup efforts. The Wayne Township landfill is a lifeline for our community, employing 81 individuals, stimulating local economic growth, and investing in our community infrastructure. As they celebrate their 50th anniversary of waste acceptance, it's evident that they are more than a landfill. They are dedicated stewards of our community's well-being, economic prosperity, and environmental health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a great trailblazer in my district, Goldie Burbidge. Ms. Burbidge made history in East Orange, New Jersey. She was the first African-American woman to serve as the executive assistant to an East Orange mayor. She served under Mayor James Kelly and the city's first African-American mayor, William Hart. During her time in Mayor Hart's office, Ms. Burbidge created the Office of Employment and Training and the Office of Drug Abuse and Personnel. Her work earned her a promotion to become the city's first chief personnel officer. Outside of her career, Ms. Burbidge was well known and respected social justice advocate. She founded the Historical Society in East Orange and served as vice president of the East Orange Chamber of Commerce. Her community support earned her her induction into the East Orange Hall of Fame. Many residents refer to her as the matriarch of their community, and I am proud to honor her on this day. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
What purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, sir, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize our letter carriers in Southwest Ohio and across the country. These folks keep our communities connected. They deliver everything from birthday cards to magazines to Social Security checks and life-saving medication. They are also facing more and more threats and violence. Hundreds of letter carriers across the country have been assaulted on the job. Earlier this week in Southwest Ohio, there were 2 armed robberies of letter carriers within 12 hours. Thankfully, they are both expected to fully recover, but this has to stop. We need to protect our letter carriers from these assaults. That's why I have sent requests to the Postmaster General urging him to deploy enhanced training and safety measures, and to the Attorney General urging the Department of Justice to prosecute these crimes to the fullest extent of the law. Thank you to our letter carriers across the country for their service. We'll keep working with our colleagues in Congress to fight for you. I yield back.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
To revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, surely the new Speaker cannot remain committed to his macabre choice of providing military assistance to Israel while denying it to Ukraine that is fighting against Putin's invasion in the largest land war in Europe since the Second World War, or Taiwan, whose people are fighting so valiantly to oppose communist Chinese encroachment on their sovereignty. While posing for photos, the Speaker claims he can't identify adequate funds, so he wants to raid the Internal Revenue Service of sophisticated accountants who hold billionaires and corporate tax cheats accountable for not paying their fair share of taxes, including illicit criminal groups funding terrorists. These cuts will decrease revenue, are you ready? $26.7 billion, you heard me right. Extremist Republicans kneel before the thrones of Wall Street science while blocking military assistance to valiant nations and people fighting for liberty against evil empires that hate liberty, like Xi's China and Putin's Russia. Talk about warped thinking. Mr. Speaker, go back to the drawing boards. Liberty and justice first and always. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Rise and extend.
Very good. Without objection, the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this week we salute the brave men and women who have served our nation not only in uniform, but also as small business owners. As we celebrate Veterans Small Business Week, let's shine a light on a northeastern North Carolina business. In Roanoke Rapids, the barbershop Supercuts 2 embodies the spirit of precision and camaraderie. Owned by Ronald Barnes, a disabled veteran who dedicated 7 years to the United States Army, his small business symbolizes an unwavering commitment to service. Barbers uplift the community, making people feel and look good. Mr. Speaker, let us remember the veteran-owned small businesses like Supercuts 2. They represent the spirit of service and resilience, and these are great contributors to communities across the nation. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair lays before the House the following personal request.
Leave of absence requested for Mrs. Napolitano of California for today.
Without objection, the request is granted. For what purpose does this gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I hereby hereby announce that the House stand adjourned.
Question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.